visionaries of today who will shape the landscape of tomorrow. In this ever-evolving world, innovation holds the key to unlocking the potential of future generations. This DIA Summit aims to create a platform where young minds can come together to explore, collaborate, and ignite their passion for innovation. It is a space where ideas are nurtured, tested, and cultivated to bring groundbreaking solutions to the forefront. In the next couple hours, we will witness a rich tapestry of discussions encompassing a wide range of fields, including technology, entrepreneurship, creativity, climate action, revolutionizing tourism, and much more. Our esteemed speakers, experts in their respective domains, are all here for you, our youth. To start things off today, I invite Executive Manager, Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation at Kariri, Mrs. Denise Ferguson, to bring opening remarks. Denise Ferguson leads the Kariri teams for the Business and Innovation Incubators, ICT, and Food Technology units at the Center for Enterprise Development. Denise has been with Kariri for more than a decade, holding the portfolio of many hats in HR, safety, quality, and more during her tenure. In her most recent portfolio, Denise has been instrumental in the management and execution of various innovation programs and projects, including the DIA Youth Innovation Lab in Trinidad and Tobago as the project coordinator. Let's welcome Ms. Denise Ferguson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming this morning. The Honorable Penelope Beckles-Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development in the Ministry of Planning and Development, Mr. Narayan Charan, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Mr. Meghnad Gosain, Executive Manager, Corporate Services, Kariri, Mr. Mitch De Silva, Managing Director, City Country Officer, Banking, Capital Markets and Advisory at the Citibank Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Linda Edelman, Chief Executive Officer, Trust for the Americas, Rodrigo Irani, Senior Program Manager, Trust for the Americas, Mr. Kime Del Rio, DIA Senior Project Officer, Trust for the Americas, Dr. Keith Nis, President COSTAT, Mr. Omar Mohammed, Chief Executive Officer, the Cropper Foundation, Ms. Shona Todd, Project Liaison, Coordinator, Institute of Law and Economics, our partner, DIA Youth Urban Lab in Jamaica, esteemed moderators and panelists, representatives of various public and private institutions, staff of Kariri, ILE, and the Trust for the Americas, members of the media, distinguished guests, future innovators, and viewers online, Jamaica, Trinidad, and the wider Caribbean, good morning and welcome. Today I stand before you to celebrate and applaud the incredible achievements of our young entrepreneurs. These bright individuals have defied the odds, shattered stereotypes, and embraced the challenges of the business world with unwavering determination. And we saw it throughout the DIA this year and in past years. Their entrepreneurial spirit is a beacon of hope and inspiration, not just for our country, but for the region as a whole. First and foremost, let me recognize the immense courage displayed by these young entrepreneurs. They have dared to dream big. Dream said yesterday he won out of over 100 individuals in Europe. And so he's dreaming big, a young man from Maruga. They have taken risk despite their young age. They have stepped outside of their comfort zones and pursued their passions. That is truly, truly commendable. One of the remarkable qualities of youth entrepreneurs is their relentless creativity. unburdened by preconceived notions and conventional thinking. They approach problems with fresh perspectives, often leading to innovation and groundbreaking solutions. They are visionaries who challenge the status quo, continue to push boundaries, and redefine industries. Moreover, the resilience demonstrated by these trailblazers are awe-inspiring. They navigate through setbacks, obstacles, learning from failures, and emerging stronger than ever. The ability to adapt to rapid changing circumstances like COVID sets them apart, making them agile and ready to seize opportunities in an ever-evolving business landscape. It is crucial that we provide unwavering support, and so there's a call to action to everyone here today to provide that support, to become their community, to become their tribe, to become their family, so that we allow them to grow, create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and inspire others to pursue their dreams fearlessly. Their success serves as a powerful reminder that age is not a barrier to achievement. Rather, it's a catalyst for innovation and progress. Today's session will be filled with thought leaders in various disciplines, from ICT all the way to tourism, and they will be on a number of panels. So I urge youths today, entrepreneurs, listen attentively to what is being said. Learn from the experience of the panel. And I challenge the panel and other experts, practitioners, officials from public and private sectors, as well as NGOs, to reach out to these youth entrepreneurs, not only today, but those that come into your path in the future, and extend your resources to them, helping them develop themselves, the economy, and our society. In conclusion, let us join hands in celebrating the bright minds and incredible accomplishment of our youth entrepreneurs. And today we're going to see the male and female GIA Youth Entrepreneur of the Year. We are also going to be giving 15 seed funding to those individuals who have shown that they have robust businesses that we should invest in, right? So they embody the limitless potential residing in our younger generation and their unwavering commitment to their dreams. That's a testimony of their character. With their fresh ideas, boundless energy, and determination, they are shaping not just their future, my future, our future, bringing a new society and a bright future for us. So to all young entrepreneurs out there, we salute you. Your journey may not always be easy, but your impact is immeasurable. Continue to dream big, create fearlessly, and inspire those around you. Together, you, I, we can build a brighter and more prosperous world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ferguson. Strategic partnerships play a vital and pivotal role in programs like the DIA. Hence, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce the next speaker to the podium. To deliver the feature address is the Honorable Minister Penelope Beckles-Robinson from the Ministry of Planning and Development. The Honorable Minister Penelope Beckles, fondly referred to as Penny, is a Trinidad and Tobago diplomat, politician, and attorney at law. Some of the issues that she is most passionate about are youth development, gender, equality, and justice. Minister Beckles is a strong advocate for the increased participation of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Let's welcome the Honorable Minister, Penelope Beckles-Robinson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dabro. Let me acknowledge the Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Mr. Narayan Sharan, Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Mr. Megnath Gosain, Executive Manager of Kariri, and all other members of staff of Kariri, Mr. Mitch De Silva of Citibank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Ms. Linda Edelman, Chief Executive Officer of the Trust for Americas, and all other representatives for the Trust for Americas. And in the interest of time, I know we have started like about half an hour late, so I'm not going to go through the entire list. So I'll ask you all to forgive me, so that we can ensure that our panelists have the required time to complete. But I also want to acknowledge, of course, members of the media, our future innovators, and those who are listening online. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude that I stand today at today's Democratizing Innovation of the Americas Summit. I extend my sincerest commendation to Kariri for their tireless efforts in propelling innovation and entrepreneurship in Trinidad and Tobago. I also appreciate the Trust for the Americas, a nonprofit organization affiliated with the Organization of the American States, for its pivotal role in facilitating the DIA Youth Lab. The commitment of the OS to invest in our youth is truly commendable, and I thank you all for this invaluable opportunity to share some reflections with you today. It is an honor to stand before you today as we collectively explore innovation and its profound impact on shaping future generations. As we delve into the narration of innovation, I am reminded of a very transformative experience that unfolded several years ago. And I guess at a different point in time, I might have been a little embarrassed to share it, but I think I have long passed now, so I'll share it, and I hope it brings a little smile to the faces. Some people are smiling already because they're trying to figure out what it is. So I am quite a big fan of tennis, lawn tennis. And whilst I was in the United States, I had the opportunity to go to the US Open. I couldn't resist. Cost me a little bit, but Serena Williams was playing Naomi Osaka, for those of you who know tennis. And even if you don't, those are two of the top players, Serena and Naomi. So I couldn't get one because all the tickets were sold out, but I had a friend who works in a bank, and they would have bought a couple tickets. So I called her and she said, yeah, I don't go to tennis, so you could have mine. And there I was all excited. And she said, I'm going to email you the tickets. So she emailed me the tickets. This was in 2019. So, to be frank, I photocopied, got my secretary to copy the tickets, which I thought I put in my bag. So I was late, leaving the office, and I got there at the US Open and saw these thousands of people. I went by myself. So, Trini, sometimes no matter who you are, you get a little panic a little bit. And I'm trying to figure out how all these people going to go in, because I got there about 5:30. The first match was at 6 o'clock. No, I got there at 5 o'clock. I thought I had enough time so I got there and I saw everybody go in and checked in my bag, no tickets. So, of course, I started to panic because I'm thinking, how am I going to get home? The driver left. I don't have anybody to call. But anyway, I said, I'll see if I'll talk my way into this. And I got there. And so I'm pretending, of course, I'm looking in my bag, and was hoping. So these two persons came up to me and said, where's your ticket? I said, well, I thought I had it in my bag. You don't have it in your bag. Don't you have your phone? I said, my phone? Yeah, it's on your phone. I said, on my phone? Yes. How did you get it? The person email you. You have your phone? Check your phone. Check the email. So I checking the email, but I'm still not registering what they mean by it's on my phone. So they came now, switch the language. You're from the Caribbean now. That is the part I couldn't take, eh? All right, take out your phone. You have data. Well, we have Wi-Fi. Switch to Wi-Fi. Find the email. But look the ticket here. And they scan it. So that's my story. Well, you like it? So scan it on the phone, and I'm still trying to figure out what really going on here. Because, anyway, so went through the first gate, then I went to the second gate now. I said, I'm hoping now they don't ask me again for the ticket, because in my mind, I'm still thinking, but see everybody with their phone, so they can pull out the phone, and we waiting, because the gates were closed again, thousands of people. Of course, I'm way in the back of the line now, because, and I see the thing moving. I mean, all these young people just going through scanning. I was inside. So that was my experience. I found it very exciting, but at the end of the day, I think it's very relevant to what is happening today. So I wanted to say that just imagine Trinidad and Tobago now that whether you're going to a sporting event, whether you're going to a fete, whether you're at the airport, it doesn't matter, right? You as young people, you are now charged with adopting and adapting to technology and helping us to make the transformation. And for those in the environment, I want to say that in navigating the seas of blue ocean strategy, our youth can chart a course that sets us apart on the global stage. The quest for innovation knows no bounds, and as we empower our youth to explore, experiment, and envision, we pave the way for a future where Trinidad and Tobago becomes synonymous with technological advancement. So the personal encounter at the US Open, and more recently, of course, when I attended the football match between Trinidad and Tobago and the US, I got my ticket on the phone. So I didn't have those fares before. You see, somebody here is busy laughing at me. I mean, you know what I mean? But that's all right. But I got it and I felt, well, so we are now getting to that stage. So you could have walked with your phone and presented it. So in a local context, of course, for our youth, it's to embrace the spirit of innovation and lead us into uncharted territories. And let us encourage, support, and champion these endeavors, for in so doing, we ensure that our nation remains at the forefront of progress and possibility. Our journey today transcends the realms of technology, entrepreneurship, the vibrant orange economy, human resilience, and the unveiling of the Master of Disasters mobile app. The panel discussions are not mere topics, but avenues to sculpt our collective destiny as we navigate economic transformation, climate change, disaster risk mitigation, and financial empowerment for youth. These discussions are not isolated. They interweave to shape the tapestry of our nation. As Minister of Planning and Development, I'm deeply inspired by the dynamic discussions in the panels ahead, poised to shape the future narrative. And on another personal note, I looked at what happened when I went to the US Open, the football this week. And then another important experience that I would like to share. Some of you may not have been, but it's the North Coast Jazz Festival that took place in Blanchisseuse about 2 years ago, where a digital supermarket was established. And at that supermarket, you could have used your phone to purchase items, and then it was delivered at your home. So those of you who are familiar with Blanchisseuse, it's a rural community, but imagine the big difference that made. Of course, people were very fascinated. I'm the MP for the area, but even more than that, as the governor of the IDB, which is a project that was really spearheaded by the IDB together with those who were organizing this event, it meant the need for infrastructural development, because when we talk about this, it's not just a question of thinking that this is something that can happen easily. In a lot of communities, especially rural communities, the infrastructure just doesn't exist. And I want you all to always be mindful of that. And especially during COVID, the consequences of not having the infrastructure and what happens, especially for persons in rural communities who are clearly left behind because they didn't have a digital device. And some people think that a lot of people have phones that you can easily access Wi-Fi. And I want us to be mindful of that in our creativity and as we move forward, to remember that a lot of us in this room cannot conceive of what it would be like if you didn't have your phone and if you didn't have Wi-Fi. Not all communities in Trinidad and Tobago have that opportunity just yet. And I want the young people in particular to be mindful of that as you think about innovation. We know there are hotspots and other things, but we still have some way to go to deal with the issue of equality and equity as it relates to these matters. So I just want to close by making some references. As I spoke about the importance of your panels, the first one being bridging the gap between technology and entrepreneurship. Integrating technology and entrepreneurship is not merely a trend, but a necessity in the ever-evolving landscape of progress in today's interconnected world. Technology is the catalyst that propels entrepreneurship to unprecedented heights. As we navigate this panel, let us envision a future where the marriage of innovation and enterprise empowers individuals and nations alike. The collaborative efforts of tech enthusiasts and visionary entrepreneurs can bridge gaps, foster inclusivity, and drive economic growth. And as it relates to your second panel on youth breaking into orange economy, our focus on the vibrant orange economy recognizes the boundless potential of our youth. The orange economy, rooted in creativity and culture, opens new avenues for our young minds. It is a canvas for expression, a platform for innovation, a pathway to economic independence. Let us explore how we can empower our youth to break into this dynamic sector, fostering a generation of cultural custodians and economic trailblazers. As it relates to panel 3, human impact and resilience in 2023 and beyond, this year, 2023, has already presented its share of challenges, testing our collective resilience as individuals and as a global community. This panel delves into the profound human impact of the current landscape and, more importantly, how we can fortify our resilience for years to come. In the face of the adversity, we find the strength to adapt, innovate, and emerge stronger. Together, let us envision a future where our resilience becomes a beacon of hope, guiding us through the complexity of the ever-changing world. And as it relates to the Master of Disasters mobile app launch, this represents a significant leap forward in our commitment to disaster preparedness and response. This innovative tool, born from collaboration and cutting-edge technology, empowers individuals to be the masters of their faith in times of crisis. Today's launch marks a milestone in pursuing a safer and more resilient future. As we unveil this app, let us recognize its potential to save lives, protect communities, and foster a culture of preparedness. In Trinidad and Tobago, our National Development Strategy Vision 2030 advocates for creating opportunities for prosperity. On the theme for building global competitive businesses, we aim to reduce poverty, enhance healthcare, invest in education, and develop infrastructure, goods, and services. Competitive businesses are at the crux of this endeavor. They innovate, create employment, and generate revenue and foreign exchange earnings. Here is where our innovative youth become integral. This project will equip you to catalyze a smarter, more innovative society. You will lead the creation of high-value products and services with global appeal. Building a more competitive economy necessitates citizens with their right skills, an environment that attracts investors and entrepreneurs, and business and individuals agile and creative enough to seize new opportunities. The DIA Lab, a significant ally in this journey, supports our mission to inspire young innovators and entrepreneurs, especially in at-risk settings. It goes beyond livelihood opportunities. It fosters economic development as well as education and empowerment. The curriculum spans business modeling, finance literacy, digital literacy, data science, innovation, entrepreneurship, life skills, and intellectual property, a holistic approach preparing you for the challenges and triumphs ahead. I wholeheartedly endorse the lab and its alignment with the National Youth Policy 2020 to 2025. This vision aims to empower our diverse youth population as co-creators of sustainable development. Embrace the progress and knowledge shared today, for you are the creators of new higher value jobs, the architects of an environment that attracts the right investors and entrepreneurs, the leaders who are steering business into a future of endless possibilities. Your passion for innovation will make a difference not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but also for a better world. As we engage in dialogue and exploration within these panels, let us ponder the profound impact our collective efforts can have on shaping your future. Your journey through these panels underscores the interconnectedness of technology, entrepreneurship, cultural expressions, human resilience, and disaster management. The decisions you make today, we make today, will echo through the corridors of time, influencing the narrative for future generations. Let us embrace the challenges as opportunities, the unknown as a canvas for innovation, and the future as a tapestry we collectively weave. As we leave this conference, may we carry with us a renewed commitment to innovation, collaboration, and a betterment of humanity. Together, let us shape a future where the potential of every individual is unleashed, where the spirit of entrepreneurship knows no bounds, where the resilience of humanity stands as an unwavering testament to our shared journey. Your passion for innovation will make a difference not only for better Trinidad and Tobago, but also for a better world. As we engage in dialogue and exploration with these panels, let us ponder the profound impact our collective efforts can have on shaping the future. I thank you all for your time and commitment to this noble cause. May your participation be fruitful and our endeavors pave the way for a future that surpasses our wildest dreams, leading us to new horizons. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those kind words. On behalf of the DIA Youth Innovation Lab in Trinidad and Tobago, we extend the warmest gratitude to the City Foundation for their continued support in this venture. Bringing remarks on behalf of the City Foundation is Mr. Mitch De Silva, Managing Director, City, Country Officer, and Head of Banking, Capital Markets and Advisory. Mitch De Silva is a career banker, having worked in the industry for 26 years, primarily in the corporate and investment banking space. As a relationship-oriented person, Mitch interacts with key contacts across the various markets and willingly shares his perspectives and views with clients and colleagues alike. Mitch holds directorships on the boards of the American Chamber of Commerce and United Way. Mitch and his wife Gina have been happily married for the past 18 years and are proud parents of 2 boys, Joshua and Evan. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Management from the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus and an MBA from York University, Toronto campus. Let's welcome Mitch De Silva.
The Honourable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development, Ministry of Planning and Development. Mr. Narayan Charan, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Mr. Megnath Gosine, Executive Manager, Corporate Services, Kariri. Linda Edelman, Chief Executive Officer, Trust for the Americas. Dr. Keith Nurse, President, COSTAT. Mr. Umar Mohammed, Chief Executive Officer, the Cropper Foundation. Ms. Shauna Todd, Project Liaison Coordinator, Institute of Law and Economics. Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and especially our youth and participants and graduates in the DIA program, good morning and welcome. Thank you for allowing me to share a few words with you this morning, and I just thought I would start by giving you some perspective on the Citi Foundation and how we come to be part of this important initiative. So Citibank is a global bank. We're present in 95 countries around the globe, and yes, we are based here in Trinidad and Tobago. We've been a member of the financial services community for just under 60 years, so we have a long and treasured history in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's with great pride and honor that we align ourselves with this particular initiative. As part of its objective, being in 95 countries, Citi formed a foundation which is focused on figuring out how we can be additive and impactful in the communities that we serve. So the DIA aligns perfectly with that. It empowers youth, and by empowering youth, we help our communities where we are active. So the youth that are here today, congratulations on what you've achieved. Congratulations on what you will achieve going forward. And many times when I meet with different people, especially younger people, they ask, well, how do I achieve success? What is success? How do I define it? And I thought I would, in keeping my remarks brief, just give you 3 quotes that I tend to refer to from time to time to help me focus on what I need to do at that particular moment. So the first one is really a definition of success, which I came across a few years ago, and you heard the names of my sons, and I shared it with them and made them watch a video from an American author by the name of Earl Nightingale. And he defined success to be the progressive realization of a worthy goal. And that's important from the perspective of you have to know what your goal is, you have to define it, you have to determine if it's worthy, and then you have to have milestones for your goal as you work towards it. Now, working towards a goal requires a lot of self-discipline, and which will result in self-actualization. Self-discipline involves working on you as a person and improving yourself consistently. And that takes me to the second quote from Vincent Peale, who is an American evangelist. And he says, spend so much time on the improvement of yourself that you have no time to criticize others. That really is focusing on the individual. If we focus on the individual, we improve the individual, we improve the community that we live in, we improve the country that we all are part of and proud to be a part of. And then the final thing is success requires a lot of work. When you work towards a goal, there will be disappointment, there will be failure. And I think the person that captures that best is former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Winston Churchill. Prime Minister Churchill will have led the United Kingdom and the free world at the time through the Second World War, when we were on the brink of disaster. And his words to inspire his people, and mind you, I'm sure to inspire himself, was success is not final, failure is not fatal. It's the will to continue that counts. So as you go on your journey and as you start your endeavors, keep these, I would ask that you keep these 3 things in mind. How you define success, how you work on yourself to achieve success, and how you stick to the path that you've chosen. Congratulations again to you all, and best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mitch. All right, so moving along in the program, we have our Permanent Secretary, Acting Permanent Secretary, Narayan Charan, with us, and he's going to be our keynote speaker today. Permanent Secretary Narayan Charan is a seasoned public servant with over 25 years of experience in the public service. His expertise ranges from project planning, macroeconomic analysis, and tax policy to debt management, formulation development, and implementation of government policy. Mr. Charan was appointed Senior Economist in the Ministry of Finance in 2011 in the Economic Management Division and moved up the ranks to Assistant Director and Director of the Economic Management Division. In 2020, he was appointed manager of the Debt Management Division with responsibility for the management of the government guaranteed debt portfolio of the state sector, production of debt statistics, debt service, and government and non-government guaranteed debt financing before his promotion as Deputy Permanent Secretary in January 2023. Then Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and now the Acting Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Youth, Development and National Service. P.S. Sharon is a seasoned economist with a Bachelor of Science in Economics from the University of the West Indies. Let's welcome P.S. Sharon.
The Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development, Mr. Ryan Ramcharan, my colleague, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, I stand on the protocols already established. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our entrepreneurs in the room. It is truly an honor for me to deliver this morning's keynote address on behalf of the Honorable Foster Cummings, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, who regrets his unavailability to attend but wishes you a very successful event. I am also personally excited to be here this year, where creativity converges with ambition to shape our future and where ideas evolve and possibilities are boundless. Today, we find ourselves at the nexus of innovation. Innovation is not only confined to laboratories. It is a mindset that transcends boundaries and is fueled by curiosity and the audacity to question the status quo. American science author and media theorist Stephen Johnson said, "Innovation doesn't come from giving people incentives. It comes from creating environments where their ideas can connect." Innovation thrives in collaboration, and the synergy of minds in this room today has the potential to unlock solutions to problems that seem insurmountable. The challenges faced by our youth are diverse. They are also complex, and they span climate change to social disparity. But within each challenge lies an opportunity for innovation. The Kariri DIA program empowers the youth and offers them access to state-of-the-art training in business and ICT, as well as hands-on introduction to different technologies. The Innovation Lab provided by Kariri is not a place just for gathering, but it is a place, it is a melting pot of ideas, a safe place where youth with diverse perspectives blend together. The Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, branded as My DNS, like Kariri, offers safe spaces for youth to generate and share ideas, as well as network and engage in activities geared towards the development and their empowerment. The My DNS is doing this in 3 areas: youth development, entrepreneurship, and national service. In the area of youth development, My DNS approaches our mission utilizing positive youth development approaches, which aims to understand, educate, and engage youth in productive activities. Some of our programs include the National Leadership Training Program, the course in refrigeration and air conditioning inspiring youth social and economic participation. The shortened version is called CRISP. Project Drive, which is designed to develop our youth resource through the introduction of technical, vocational, and auto mechanics training. The Youth Career and Education Roving Caravan, that's a very popular one at the Ministry of Youth Development. This allows, on average, 40 youth stakeholders across the ministries and in the private sector as well to interact directly with youth in their communities. In the area of entrepreneurship, our programs include the Agriculture Homestead Program, the Youth Shade House Project, the Youth Aquaculture Project, and the Business Accelerator Program. This one is offered by the National Entrepreneurship Development Company, NEDCO for short. In the area of national service, the MyDNS has been working with programs designed or working on programs designed to encourage patriotism, volunteerism, and civic mindedness among our youth population, which we are hoping will transcend upwards to the older people like me. Two of these programs include the Civilian Conservation Corps and the military-led academic training program. These programs have been very successful, with the graduates being in high demand in many sectors of the economy because of their discipline, commitment, and professionalism in the things that they are trying to achieve. Many of our programs are technology and innovation driven, such as Youth Agriculture Homestead Program, where the youth agri-entrepreneurs are introduced to solar power technology for farming, in addition to the high-tech farming protocols which we are putting in place. The Youth Agricultural Shade House Program, our participants in there are also trained in the use of climate-smart agricultural technology. Therefore, in the spirit of innovation, I invite you to join in fostering inclusivity, welcoming diversity, breaking down silos, and ensuring that every voice, particularly that of the youth, is heard. It is from this mixture of ideas that true innovation emerges. Let us embark on this journey together and be guided by a shared vision, a vision of a world transformed by brilliance and the tenacity of our youth. To our entrepreneurs, don't be afraid to fail. Failure is not the end. It is what you do after you fail that is of most importance. I did not pass the DPS exam on the first try. If I had just thrown up my hands and said it's too hard, I can't do it, I wouldn't be here today. What I had done is I looked honestly at what had happened and admitted to myself, which was very hard, I wasn't ready. And at the second round, I found the people who could help me to get there and change the thinking. Because when you become a permanent secretary, you have hundreds of people looking towards you for leadership. And there's a never-ending amount of problems to solve. And you and your minister need to work together to solve those problems. Because if you don't, you're in a world of trouble. And as I close, I extend congratulations to Kariri on this initiative and recognize that the youth entrepreneurs gathered here today are very important to the future of this country. It is you, the youth, who are striving to be entrepreneurs. You are the future. And because I'm an economist, you are the reason that we are seeing growth in Trinidad and Tobago's gross domestic product. The innovations born through the DIE, Youth Innovation Lab, have the power to ripple across industries, touch lives, and reshape our society. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Young people, I trust that you all are taking notes, sir. All right, so now we have an address from the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Acting Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ryan Ramcharan. Mr. Ryan Ramcharan joined the Ministry of Social Development and Family Service in January 2023. With approximately 24 years of service in the public sector of Trinidad and Tobago, he has held several senior leadership roles. As a trained and qualified ICT professional, P.S. Ramcharan holds a master's degree in strategic business information technology with commensurate training in project management, e-governance, and digital transformation. He is passionate about business transformation, leading towards enhanced service delivery by linking corporate vision to deliver the desired results through people empowerment and the effective use of processes, resources, and enabling technologies. His leadership has been focused on efficiency and innovative problem solving towards improved business outcomes. Join me as we welcome PS, Acting PS, Mr. Ryan Ramcharan. Whilst Mr. Ramcharan makes his way to the stage, to the podium, some items were found on the compound. Personal items, it's jewelry. If you are missing anything, please check. Yes, you can check Lynette. That's the lady with the green dress and the black jacket. So look and see, make sure that it's not you. All right? Thank you, Miss.
The Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Minister of Planning and Development, Ministry of Planning and Development. Mr. Narayan Charan, Permanent Secretary, Acting Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Mr. Meg Gusain, Executive Corporate Services Manager, Kariri. And at this juncture, in the interest of time, I'd like to adhere to the already established protocols in the room. And of course, our future innovators, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. I'm certainly pleased this morning to address you in this very special occasion on behalf of the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, who extends her sincere best wishes for a successful event. Minister Cox is passionate about initiatives that encourage resilience and foster self-development as well as independence. And she continues to demonstrate that in a number of ways. And I'm sure she wanted to be here, but unfortunately, she had another engagement. Today's event represents yet another enterprise by Kariri and DIE-TT to foster entrepreneurial development amongst our youths. And this effort must be commended. In this regard, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services continues to lend support to this program. Its objective to enable vulnerable youth to generate opportunities for an enhanced quality of life are similar to our efforts towards sustainable social and economic development. In keeping with the mandate of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as Vision 2030, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has focused its efforts towards a responsive, multifaceted, and dynamic approach in the provision of social services, support to strengthen the capacity of individuals towards sustainable livelihoods. Entrepreneurs are now required to go beyond just having an idea for a business, but they must continuously enhance their skills. You know, as they say, keep your game very sharp. Utilizing technology as a resource to overcome barriers and transcend limits, and redefine what is possible, aka dreaming the impossible dream. It is not merely about the advancements in code or circuits. It's about the profound impact on lives and developing solutions that addresses pressing challenges with a boundless perspective to improve the human experience. Entrepreneurship is the engine that progresses and transforms ideas into ventures, challenges into opportunities, and fosters an environment where creativity flourishes. Today's entrepreneurs are not just building companies, they are the architects of transformation. And to all the innovators, entrepreneurs, you are the architects of transformation, crafting the blueprint for a better tomorrow for Trinidad and Tobago and beyond. Entrepreneurship can provide opportunities for people to create wealth and improve their economic circumstances regardless of their background or socioeconomic status. This in turn helps to reduce poverty and increase economic mobility, which can have a positive effect on society as a whole, which is the desired outcome. Additionally, the process of starting and growing a business can be challenging and requires significant resources such as access to capital, networks, and support systems. Thus, it can be difficult for people from lower economic communities or lower income communities rather, or vulnerable groups to enter into entrepreneurship, which can prolong existing economic inequalities and limit opportunities for wealth creation. In this regard, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is here to help. Via our Sowing Empowerment through Entrepreneurial Development, or what you may have heard of as the SEED program, citizens who are considered vulnerable but have an interest in starting or improving their small business ventures are provided with a much needed boost. One of our clients recently shared that with the assets or equipment she was able to access through the SEED program, she was able to enroll more students and in turn employ other teachers. She also added that this SEED grant helped and will continue to help more citizens to become self-efficient and eventually become employers. This summit themed Innovating Future Generations is indeed necessary, as recent times have demonstrated the need for an amalgamation of technology, entrepreneurship, and the active engagement of the social sector. This nexus has the potential to shape a future defined by innovation, compassion, and positive change. Therefore, in a world driven by innovation, it is our responsibility to ensure that the benefits reach all corners of our society. Hence, the social sector serves as a compass, guiding us to harness technology and entrepreneurship for the greater good, leaving no one behind. In this regard, a major strategy towards a more effective social services delivery approach is the digitization of services. To this end, the ministry is focused on leveraging digital tools and solutions towards a more client-centric model of service delivery. And this also includes our social sector management information system. As we continue to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of the digital age, let us not lose sight of our shared humanity. The fusion of technology, entrepreneurship, and the social sector presents a unique opportunity, an opportunity to build not just successful businesses, but a more equitable and compassionate world. To you, present and future entrepreneurs, I do hope that your participation in this program will continue to inspire you to embrace the challenges as stepping stones, the failures as lessons, as you heard earlier, the successes as beacons lighting the path of your progress. As I close, I encourage us all to let our collective endeavors pave the way for a future where innovation and compassion coexist in harmony. As you may be aware, empathy is a key ingredient in any innovative exercise. Therefore, we must continue to pivot to progress as a people. Based on my own experience, and these are just some thoughts out of my own experiences over the years, I tend to keep what I consider to be 3 hashtags at the forefront of my mind. The first one is never stop dreaming. We must continue to dream, envision the future that we desire. 2, never stop learning. Learning is an ingredient that will continue to propel us forward. And most importantly, the third, never stop journeying. We may falter, we may not see the path to progress, but we pick ourselves up and we continue to journey forward. With those words, I again congratulate Kariri and DIA for this initiative. On behalf of the Minister and executive at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, we pledge our continued support to your efforts to facilitating and developing MSMEs in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, and do enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ramcharan. So the DIA initiative is a regional initiative. It's not just in Trinidad and Tobago. They have partner labs throughout the Caribbean and Latin America. And one of our key partner labs is from Jamaica. And we do have a lovely representative today to tell us about the Jamaica perspective, because Jamaica has been doing this for 5 years now. So the ILE partner representing Institute of Law and Economics partner, Shona Todd. Shona is a mother of one, is often described as a fun-loving and adventurous optimist, hailing proudly from the parish of St. Andrew in Jamaica. The last of 4 in her family, she is naturally supportive and loves to see the brighter side of all difficulties faced. With over 13 years of experience spanning across areas of entrepreneurship, business development, financial management, and most recently, case management through her interfacing with various projects of the Institute of Law and Economics, Shona's true passion is simply people. A proud member of her alma mater, the Queen's School in Kingston, Shona is a certified paralegal from the Institute of Law and Economics and holds esteemed level certifications in presentation and communication from the Junior Chamber International Youth Organization, JCI Kingston, Empowered Entrepreneur Trainer of Trainers certification from the USAID, and even a commercial stage acting certification from the Probe Master Entertainment Company in Kingston, Jamaica. As one who believes her purpose on this earth is to help others, she lives by one of her favorite psalms of the good book, which gives hope, security, and promise from our Creator. Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, who created heaven and earth. So we welcome Shona Todd.
in the interest of time, I'm just going to say all protocols observed. Very, very happy to be here this morning. So when the DL Lab in Jamaica was established in 2016, our objective was and still is to provide a safe space for our nation's youth to have access to state-of-the-art technology and to upskill themselves for the digital world and to use those tools and trainings we have provided to propel their ideas into actual businesses or projects that will contribute to the sustainable goals for our country. After 7 years, not 5 years, but 7 years in operation, we have seen many successes of our youth and have chaired and assisted them with grooming their thoughts from prototypes to established projects in areas of networking, coral reef preservation, cybersecurity, to even an eco-friendly, reusable products business that we still see up and running and doing well in the areas for today in our country. So we also have seen the not such successes with our youth, and even through those lessons we go through with them, we take the experiences and we try to change the approach and change how we approach their mindsets for the future and have them looking in a different direction to be more successful in the area that they want to be. So being here at this present Youth Summit, it is my intention and the intention of the lab from Jamaica to learn and to soak up as much as I can from the discussions that will happen today, from the interactions that will happen today. So I can take it back to Jamaica. It sounds a little selfish, but to take it back with me to see how best we can implement what we've learned today and have discussed today to be a part of some of the initiatives that we'll have going further in our lab. So on behalf of the DL Lab of Jamaica and the Institute of Law and Economics, I take the opportunity to thank our sister lab here, Kariri, led by Kariri, and congratulations on this event and the proceedings for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shauna. We're happy to have you, as well as all of those persons looking at us live on YouTube from Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and our partners around the world. Rounding up our speaking part of this morning's proceedings, we have a youth entrepreneur who is our youth speaker today, Tareem Jeffrey. Tareem is from the rural village of Maruga and has a love for nature and freedom. Tareem started exploring the world of business at the age of 17 years old. Tareem's business is called Eco Wash, and his business model involves empowering youth, especially from those in vulnerable areas, to run their own units at strategic locations. Tareem has won several awards over the last 2 years, and we're very, very happy to have Tareem this morning as our youth speaker. Tareem?
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. $28 and a dream. My name is Tareem Jeffrey. I grew up in Deep South Trinidad, Maruga to be exact. And 27 years ago, my mom had my brother at the age of 14, and she had me at the age of 15. And we grew up poor. We don't know we were poor, because you're growing up poor in a poor family, in a poor community, and that's just the norm. What you consider spaghetti and macaroni and meatballs, we considered it that also, but for us it was macaroni and ketchup, and yet we were happy with that. And at the age of 17, I left home to attend tertiary level institution, UTT to be exact. And I would leave Muruga at 3:30 in the morning to trek to Shagaramas, where I began to read for my bachelor's in maritime operation and nautical science. So I was always very close to water because for me, water was very vital. We would struggle to get a constant supply, maybe once every 2 weeks in the wee hours of the morning. So when I hear more people complaining that they don't have water for 3 days, I say, wow, you guys are weak. But it's important to have clean drinking water. So at the age of 17, when I left home and I reached to my dorm, I scraped up all the little bit of cash I had. I found a dorm for $900 a month. And if you guys know what you can get for $900, they used to call where I used to live a rat hole. If you go to St. Augustine and after the rat hole, they will show you where I used to reside, because my landlord was not a human, it was rats. Because you're walking down the hallway and you have to ask the rats to excuse you so you can pass. But the struggles is what make you what you are today. And when I reached there to start my new life, when I dipped into my pocket, I had $28. And I looked up to the ceiling and I said, God, you did not bring me out here to suffer. And putting aside what we consider in South, I don't know if you guys call it that up here, what we call false pride. And I would tell the persons on the dorm, hey, you're going on the road for hot dogs. If you guys want one, you can give me $5 and I'll pick you up a hot dog. 5, 6 persons will say, yeah, bring me back a hot dog. That time I have no money to buy no hot dog, but hoping the hustle starts hustling. And that side hustle became so successful that I actually registered a sole trader called Jeffrey's Delivery Service. And in 10 months, I bought my first car and started to do transportation and so forth. And when I registered the business, it was Jeffrey's Delivery Service with the logo being a butler. Because we know when you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Jeffrey was a butler. So it just tied in really nicely. And got my dream job at the airport, so dissolved that business. And in 2018, I got wiped out totally from the nationwide flood that wiped out Green Lane and these guys. And because for me, entrepreneurship was that answer when your back is against the wall, I said, what could I get into? I always loved car washing. But as I was saying yesterday, in order to have your business survive, you look at what persons are doing and you run in the other directions. I said, what are people doing? And realizing that persons are wasting water, I decided, how could we revolutionize the car wash industry? We have 1 million cars on the nation's roads. Every year we add on average 25,000 cars. The average car wash uses 180 liters of water. Each car wash once a month for 12 months for the year is hundreds of millions of liters of water. So started that business, went to a financial institution. I asked them for a loan. I said, give me 15,000 to start. And the loans officer said to me, your machines have no value and we don't think anybody will use your service. And for me, I got excited because I know you will call me back. I will make sure. I'm petty like that. I'm a Sagittarius. So I know you will call me back. And I started EcoWash. All I had was enough to start up my machines, start up my product line. And my friend gifted me an old bar stool that she had in her kitchen. And she said, this is my gift to you for being brave enough to start your own business. And it was imperative for me to start because I started in the midst of COVID, because after I got it flooded out and then COVID happened, I was unemployed for 8 months. And I went to my room and I said, God, 8 months, bills piling up, I can't pay my rent, what is going to happen? And I heard God said to me, I've given you a fishing rod, go fishing. I was like, okay, in Jesus' name, amen. And I walked out of the room because what does that mean? And I went out and I was in my kitchen, and when I looked in the living room, I had this green and white pot that's been sitting there for over a year. And I said, wow, a fishing rod. Let's go fishing. And I started C3. C3 was going really well. We decided when we started, when I say we, I mean me and God. I think it's me and God in everything. And when I started, I said, we will set up here for 3 months and hopefully we get one customer in that 3 months. Because somebody already told me, nobody is going to use your service. And when we took out the machine and worked with our flyers, that first day we did 13 cars in 4 hours. Stayed home the next day because we were catching cramp. Every day since, we've been washing cars. So what I want to do, I want to break down what I live by in simple abbreviations that hopefully you guys can take with you. And as I said, it's $28 on a dream. So I'm breaking down the word dreams as an acronym. So the D stands for dream it. Dream bigger, be ridiculous. When you dream, persons must hear your dream and stoops because it's that ridiculous and it's that grand. And I always say, aim for the stars. So if you miss, you will still fall on top of the world. R speaks of your routine. What does your day look like? Are you doing a to-do list the day before? What are your distractions? Honestly, I struggle with TikTok. That's the thorn in my flesh. E stands for effort. Are you putting your best foot forward? Are you giving it your all? A stands for accountability. I think one of the most important things in where EcoWash is at right now and what brought us to this point is mentorship. Having a mentor to hold your hand. You may not have the same mentor for the entire journey, but mentorship is very important. Having that person to bounce ideas off of, and not just having a mentor for saying I have a mentor, but have a mentor that you actually listen to and take their advice. M stands for mindset, a mindset of gratitude. Please and thank yous will get you very far in life, but also a mindset of sacrifice, understanding that in your 2.5 years of EcoWash, you may not go on vacation or you may not have the niceties of life, but sooner or later it will pay off. And S, which I consider maybe one of the most important of the abbreviations, is to start. Just start. Start where you are, start how you are, start with whatever you have, just start. Because in starting, I'll tell you what EcoWash has done. EcoWash is an ecological car wash solution, is the only water conservation car wash in Trinidad, utilizing 2 liters of water to wash a vehicle. We've gone on to win not only local competitions, but regional and international competitions. I was doing really good in the local landscape, and then when I won a competition here, someone messaged me and said, oh gosh, leave something for other people now, you're taking everything. So remember, I said I'm a Sagittarius, so I'm petty. So I decided I'm not going to take part in any more local competitions. And I started to look outside. So we competed in the USAID Water for All competition, where we came first and now we're the top water innovators in the Caribbean. We went on to Colombia in May, where we competed with the Junior Chambers International in Colombia amongst the Americas, where we came first. And then we had to go on to World Congress in Switzerland. So we competed there. I came back on Tuesday night, where we competed against 124 countries around the world, thousands of applications. And the little guy with $28 on a dream came first. So I encourage you guys, the world is your playground. Just as much as we go from Port of Spain to San Fernando, and that's normal, see Barbados as your playground, Jamaica as your playground. We're getting goals as far as Italy. Because, as I said yesterday, we didn't cause the problem, but we, as youth and innovators, have the solution. Thank you.
Definitely a youth speaker to kick things off, huh? So, Doreen, congratulations on everything that you've achieved so far. We're very, very proud of you. You're representing Trinidad well on not just the local stage anymore, but on a on the international stage. And as youth, we're hearing that Dream didn't get all yeses, right? So sometimes you will get no's, but the thing is that you keep trying. You take that no and it helps you to fuel yourself to continue going. So we're going to have some changes in the agenda just a little bit. We're actually going to present the checks for those of you who would have been successful to receive seed funding this year during our DIA pitch tank competition. And I want to encourage for those of you who did not receive it this year, there are other options. Refine those pitches, but be brave and take the Ream story as an opportunity to, continue. All right. So I want to ask Shauna. Shauna is not here. She went to the washroom. All right. So I want to ask Mitch if he could join me on the stage. Right. So first up, I want to call Antonio Jack. You're welcome. Next, we have Naomi Anderson. We have Kwesi Edwards. Next, we have Kanisha Sylvester. And to round us up, we have Sai Saidu. All right, thank you so much, Mitch. Don't go too far, but I'll call you back shortly. All right, I want to ask Shauna to join us on the stage. So we have Tadian Kwamino. Next is Adana John. Traffic job. Next we have April Castellano. Exit. Then we have Christine Gopal Khan. And then Maya Ellis. All right. So thank you so much, Shauna. Minister, I'd like you to join us on the stage, please. So next we have Malika Edwards. Kanisha Primus. Aisha Mitchell. Crystal Moore. Yeah. And Tiara Williams. All right, so Minister, I want to ask you to stay on the stage. And Mitch, I'd like to ask you to join the Minister on the stage, please. Thank you. So I want to give our pitch tank awardees as well as those who participated because they really did put a lot of work into this preparing for the pitch tank competition. So I just want to give them another round of applause. And arising out of that competition, we have a male and we have a female DIA Entrepreneur of the Year. All right. So I would like to ask Mitch to give out our male entrepreneur of the year, and his name is drumroll. So let's welcome Antonio Jack. He is the owner of Mother Spinach Greens. Congratulations. All right. And we do want to continue to encourage our young men to, be part of upskilling themselves and continuing to become entrepreneurs and helping their communities. Our female DIA Entrepreneur of the Year is Unique Naomi Anderson. So, Minister, I want to ask you to go ahead. All right. So just we have something for you all because I know that you have to run off. So before you can go ahead. So these persons, they embraced the 2-week training. They excelled at it. They met all of the requirements. They excelled at the pitch tank competition, and they put in the work. So I encourage you to talk to them and see how we could always network and collaborate, okay? But those were the criteria in terms of how we decided how the winners for this year was decided. All right, so I want to ask Ms. Ferguson, Ms. Denise Ferguson, just to present some tokens of appreciation to Minister Beckles and Mitch for being here with us today and sharing and imparting all of the knowledge that they had. All right, thank you so very, very much for being with us. And all right, so now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of things. To our viewers online, to those of you here, we are about to start our panel sessions. And our first panel, very, very apt, especially for young people, is focused on technology, bridging the gap between tech and entrepreneurship. Our first speaker, our first panelist is Nicholas Guy-Prasad. Nicholas is a technical examiner at the Intellectual Property Office of the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. Mr. Guy-Prasad attained a Bachelor's of Science degree with honors in Geography and the Environment from the University of London and has over 10 years of experience. Oh, sorry. Everybody stand as the minister. Thank you. All right, please have your seats. All right, so Nicholas has 10 years of experience working in the IP office. He has completed multiple advanced courses in intellectual property, including the basics of patent drafting, patent information searching, copyright and related rights, intellectual property management, and intellectual property and exports with the World Intellectual Property Organization. Let's welcome Nicholas Guy-Prasad. Next on our panel is Ms. Maria Elena Navarro, representing Nudge Caribbean. Maria Elena Navarro is the Regional Program Manager at Nudge Caribbean, a social enterprise dedicated to empowering and uplifting the Caribbean MSME community. Central to Maria Elena's role is the adept use of design thinking methodologies to rigorously test and refine ideas before widespread implementation. Her leadership spans Nudge's market access, funding, capacity building, and community engagement programs, as well as the crucial realm of impact measurement, where gathered data informs strategic direction and future plans. Let's welcome Maria. Next on this panel is John Paul Anderson, Channel Sales Manager at Microsoft. John Paul is a distinguished Channel Sales Manager in the tech industry, recognized for his influential role in boosting sales across the English Caribbean. He combines the Communication Studies degree and Information Technology minor from the University of the West Indies with Azure Fundamentals, Azure AI, and M365 Fundamentals certifications in Excel, at the confluence of entrepreneurship and artificial intelligence. As a proactive entrepreneur, John Paul established the first contactless store in Trinidad and a highly successful e-commerce site for individual retailers, generating $20,000 of online sales in just 24 hours. His ventures, especially in the small and medium business sector, have led to the employment of nearly 100 staff over 7 years, contributing to over $500,000 in business revenue to diverse industries. Beyond his professional endeavors, John Paul is an active member of the Global Shapers community, where he engages with like-minded individuals in shaping a positive future. Let's welcome John Paul. And rounding up our panel today is Lyndon Batiste. Lyndon is a programmer, author, and content creator from Trinidad and Tobago who has worked with the University of West Indies as a web programmer, and since 2007, he has been lecturing on web development technologies at the School of Business and Computer Science. Lyndon is an accomplished author. In 2008, he launched potbait.com, and since then, he has published 11 books for writers across the Caribbean. These are available on Amazon. In 2015, he wrote the software that runs the daily operations at a warehouse company at the Piarco Airport. In 2018, he started a YouTube channel to give a platform to real humans in Trinidad and Tobago, with a focus on persons living off the grid. Let's welcome Lyndon. And to chair our panel today on technology, bridging the gap between tech and entrepreneurship, is Senior ICT and Business Coordinator at Kariri, Ms. Lynette Akong. Lynette?
Thank you for the introductions, Laura. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to panel 1, Technology, Bridging the Gap Between Tech and Entrepreneurship. Amongst us, we have a diverse range of experience and expertise, which I know can lend real value to your entrepreneurial journeys. So how do we bridge the gaps? I wanted to bring the best to you today via this panel, so I thought about it and I realized I had a gap. I didn't know how best to start, so I decided to leverage technology and bring up the AI. So I went on to ChatGPT and I got lost in a sea of information, but I noticed the very small subscript underneath. ChatGPT can make mistakes. Consider checking important information. So I decided to leave it up to the panelists today. So let's start the conversation. And I'm going to my first panelist today, Mr. Lyndon Batiste. And Lyndon, you have seen the emergence of the World Wide Web and the rise of the platforms. So how can technology enable entrepreneurs to identify and capitalize on new opportunities in today's rapidly changing business landscape?
I was actually hoping you'd choose me last time. Because I am so nervous right now. I think being here is, just me trying to challenge myself in a new way. I've spent a lot of time feeling, we heard about, someone was speaking earlier about feeling an exam. I failed CXC mathematics, I got a 3. So I found people who could help me. I went back and I wrote it and I got a 5. So that wasn't, if you're familiar, yeah. So, you spend, before I get to technology, the first thing I want to establish is that a lot of this is based on, we were hearing, mindset. Before we get to the technology, it's about mindset. And coming from a background as a writer, I think the most important thing we need to see ourselves as an entrepreneur waiting for breakthrough, because congrats to the participants, you all have experienced a breakthrough today. And we spend a lot of time, long hours and years waiting for that breakthrough. So the mindset is a really important aspect of it. And I love free stuff. I love the free tools that we have access to. This morning I was reading about an entrepreneur, and it comes from a Bible story, and he was sitting outside the synagogue using the tools that he was aware of. And he was waiting for a breakthrough. And then these 2 disciples come along, and he gets the breakthrough,
not in the way he expected it, but it was fantastic. So you need to see yourself as a writer if you're an entrepreneur. Because everything that we're doing, you're either consuming content right now or you're creating content. And these free tools that we have, particularly in the form of video, is amazing. It's amazing that you just have these free tools that you could use. And if you learn to tell better stories with it. And so there's so many things I could talk about because you're going to have problems as an entrepreneur. The first thing is about people getting to know who you are. And if you think about maybe all the speeches remarkable so far, the ones that probably stand out, they told stories. They told stories about the US Open. They told stories about humble beginnings and eventually the successes. And we have access to tools like that. We have access to recognizing opportunities through AI. And I realize how foolish I would look to just pull out these notes right now, but part of storytelling is jumping on trends, perhaps. And you have tools like Google Trends. You could go to X and you could get hashtags and you could insert yourself into conversations that are happening. But what you stand for is very important.
Great, thank you for keeping it real, Lyndon. And you know, failure is a huge part of the journey. So it is really reassuring, you know, when we can share that. And this brings us into the next dimension we're going to look at. And for that, I am switching to John Paul. What are the key challenges entrepreneurs face when integrating technology into their business models, and how can these challenges be overcome?
Thank you, Lynette. Now, I didn't mention this before, but I'm a 7-time founder. And of those 7 companies, I'll consider maybe about 2 or 3 of them failure in the sense that the dream wasn't realized. Now, when I look back at what challenges I would have faced, even in development stages, it starts there. You have an idea. The question is, what does the customer, the target audience need? It takes some time to massage the brain concept, do research and ask questions to really understand the target audience. The next thing is, can I serve that need? The problem with the idea came to me, right? Whichever here, you're one person, the idea came to you. But who's the support system that this thing is can be cost effectively starting off students using the resources that we have need to find. So to start with the needs of the audience, it's really good to do research. A good place to start with research and find your idea is things that are cost effective. Today with AI, we have the chat, we have Microsoft for startups, we get advisory, you have the career incubation services, you have people like Jordan, who speaks on AI, he's from Jamaica. If you want to know, you can also go further, getting perspectives, doing research, doing surveys. You can look at your opportunities to serve them. How do we package this? Are we going to package it as a website? Is it going to be a physical product? Application from that you're going to distribute to sell on Instagram. How do you serve the need that you've identified? So, however, to take over to the web, it's an accelerant. This is to speed up. How are you to go to accelerate your work today to get to that need faster, more cost effective, and bigger? Right? Think global. Help you. And the last thing is start with what's cost effective and accessible. So that would be free resources like your startups.microsoft.com services. That's like the boom chat, ChatGPT, talking to people on Twitter and Instagram. To this just get some points and just start. I think that was the acronym. Just short, just start.
Fantastic. So from that we got fail 6 times, get up 7, right? Yeah. So we start, we fail, but how do we scale? And for this, I am turning my attention to Maria. How can technology help entrepreneurs in scaling their businesses and reaching new markets, both locally and globally?
Thanks, Lynette. So, for those that may not be familiar with Nudge Caribbean, I'll first start by saying that we support a growing community of entrepreneurs, 150 and more across 3 islands, Trinidad, Barbados, and St. Lucia. And what we recognize in the work with the entrepreneurs that we work with is that they're along the spectrum of entrepreneurship, which means they are at completely different stages of development. And it raises the point that Minister Beckles mentioned earlier in her speech, that there are challenges that entrepreneurs face that we cannot gloss over. Within our own community, there are entrepreneurs who don't have access to Wi-Fi or data. They don't have a smart device. Sometimes they're unable to join our Zoom calls because they don't know how to operate Zoom. And before you can even sort of start promoting technology for them to integrate into their own businesses, you kind of have to start at solving some of these where we can. And so when Nudge was started in the pandemic, we knew that we needed to remain connected to our community. So we launched an online platform that we refer to as Nudge Up. And what we've sort of seen through this platform is the entrepreneurs growing in tech and digital literacy. It's sort of become a tool to help them. Because the reality is that this is the direction that the world is going. And we don't want to sort of leave any of the entrepreneurs behind. So how can we bring them on the train with us and support them where we can? And then once that tech and digital literacy muscle is built, we then recognize that, you know, the opportunities, and as other members of the panel have discussed, the tools that are out there, I mean, it's in abundance. So it can be very overwhelming for an entrepreneur to even know where to start, what do I implement? And I would always sort of say, well, look into yourself and sort of recognize where your area of genius is and where your mode of expertise is, and then sort of identify like where the gaps are. And maybe what you can do is start to explore tech, maybe it's tech that sort of fills those gaps. And even that can be very challenging for entrepreneurs to do, because implementing and leveraging technology is a whole other kind of beast unto itself. And that is where we've implemented a coaching program. So we have a community of expert coaches, peer coaches. If anyone in this room would like to become a coach, speak to me. And that is where entrepreneurs can get access to tailored one-on-one advice. If you want to figure out how to implement tech in your business, you can book time directly with a tech expert. And that's really what we're hoping to foster, is this collective growth and development. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maria. You've raised 2 really, really important questions that lead us on to our next panelists. Where to start and what to implement. And I'm going to throw out 2 words for Nicholas here: trust and protection. So Nicholas, what role does IP education and training play in bridging the gap between technology and entrepreneurship?
The short answer is a very important one. The long answer is gonna, well, I'm gonna attempt to explain this answer by also encompassing some of the things that were said before, and also integrating my role as an IP educator at the Intellectual Property Office. So I'm also the head of IP for Youth initiatives at our office. And in order for me to address this question, I want us all, in our minds, to think of a triangle. Basic triangle. We have 3 points. And at each point, we're going to have one for entrepreneurship, we're going to have one for technology, and we're going to have one for intellectual property. Now, a lot of you would have been exposed to intellectual property already. Yes? You would have gotten like a lecture on it already. Good? Good? Now, let's start with the entrepreneur. What does the entrepreneur do? The entrepreneur sets up, runs a business, right? In order to do that, the entrepreneur needs specific factors in order to do that. Things like land, labor, capital. You need resources. You need data. Very important. You need data. And John Paul was touching on data earlier. Now,
let's move on to technology. What role is technology playing in all of this? Technology advances the current state of performance. That is the role of technology. And it does that in an efficient way, an effective way, and in today's day and age, in an environmental way. Very important aspect of it now, as Mr. EcoWash himself would explain to you, right? The entrepreneur uses technology or technological tools, whether they are free tools, whether they are paid for tools, whether they are tools that they are developing, they are using technological tools to accomplish specific things in their business. And those tools are meant to help that business run in an effective, efficient, and environmental manner. So now, when you are speaking about technology, when you're speaking about technology, you are either doing two things. You are either developing technology or you are appropriating technology. If you're developing technology, you are innovating. And innovating is very important right now because you want to be the person that is creating something new or disrupting the market in some way. When you are creating intellectual property. And when you create intellectual property, you seek out intellectual property rights. You seek out intellectual property rights in order to have that all-important word, monopoly, in the market. All right? Now, so we covered entrepreneurship, technology, IP, and I'm going to bring IP back to entrepreneurship now. IP, as I mentioned, grants a monopoly. You want to be the one that has the power. You want to be the one to have the monopoly to dictate things like price and stuff like that in the market. That is what you want. But IP is also important in terms of your market value. On your books, yes, you're going to have how much something costs, but then your market value is something different. Your market value is the maximum amount or the maximum value of your brand. IPRs, or intellectual property rights, affect this. So, quick example. Let's take a basic sketchpad. How much does a sketchpad cost? But your brand is going to extend to that. And this is where intellectual property comes into play. Knowledge of intellectual property comes into play. Being able to utilize your intellectual property to do certain things or to accomplish these things. So there's a quote that I read before that says, education is not a problem, it is an opportunity. And this is a quote from former US President Lyndon B. Johnson. I would now like to say, IP education is not a problem. IP education is an opportunity.
Well said, Nicholas. Thank you for reminding us to build our rep, protect our brand in order for us to monopolize and dictate the market. And so I just want to switch it up a bit and ask each of my panelists to consider this question for response. And I'm going to start from Lyndon's end. How can collaboration between technology experts, entrepreneurs, and investors drive innovation and bring transformative solutions to market?
You know, I was very happy to hear about, what was the name of the company you mentioned?
Nudge.
Yeah, you know, to know that, even to build awareness for me that there are spaces like this, because when I think back to 2008 and starting being a writer, maybe going to legal affairs, there is this desperate need for a hub, and it probably exists, so others could fill me in, a hub where we could just really be able to constantly educate the next generation or the next entrepreneur that shows up a week later. And you know, even from I think one of the big problems we will always have, hopefully solved in the near future, is this idea of collecting payments as an entrepreneur. You know, you go queue up, you probably get robbed in person. But you know, this idea of, do I need to turn to PayPal to collect payments, or do I need to pay them big commissions based on it? And as far as I know, maybe it exists, but even it doesn't, as far as I know. Does it exist? like a kind of online payment gateway. Oh, there's WePay now? Okay, great. So it's wonderful, like a space where I could go as an entrepreneur and begin to learn more about how do I use the technology. So I was really happy to hear about the space that exists, and I look forward to hearing more about it.
John Paul, what's your take on collaboration between tech experts, investors, to drive innovation?
And where to find money.
And what's the
Well, collaboration is super important. To be honest, I would say looking back, if I was to do anything differently, it would have been to explore the world of fundraising and funding. I was very confident and I said, I want to do everything bootstrapped. I want to use my own money. If I sell this, I want to get all the money back, which I did multiple times. But it's a certain magic to getting extra funds in and fueling the growth that you want to do. And with collaboration, that's where events like this come along, making for relationships with people in this room today, and communities like Global Shapers, joining incubators like Microsoft for Startups. This is where money talks. That's where we can feel in addition to technology. So I would say, even as I build new things, right, creative take talent pool for the Caribbean, one thing that we different is instead of to do something and just go to market, asking perspectives of my peers, judges, scholars, disciples, I'm asking their opinions, drafting things, and some things goes, and I'm taking advice.
Great. Maria, your response to collaboration?
There's so much that I want to add to my thought of answer because of what the other panelists are saying. But the concept that comes to mind for me is knowledge sharing over knowledge hoarding. And I could go down a rabbit hole about how we're already operating at a disadvantage just in our conditioning through our educational system, that, we tend to prioritize competition over collaboration. And the reality is that the real world, working world is all about collaboration. So I'm really happy to hear what's going on. But within Nudge, we're creating that safe space, and the entrepreneurs recognize that their voice matters. Any decision that we make is guided by their inputs. That is the whole impetus of design thinking. And I'm hearing, John Paul speak about it, going out, figuring out what the problem is you're trying to solve before the solution design is a big part of it. We're really, really fortunate to partner with organizations like Massey, the Caribbean Development Bank, United Nations, Tech Beach Retreat. And what we see with these partners is they really trust the work that we're doing. And what we also recognize is the ripple effect it has on the collective growth and development among the community. So I think really celebrating that collective growth is really special. And I'm really happy to be here. I would love to connect with as many of the young entrepreneurs that are here as possible to see how we can envelope you into the Nudge community. And it's just, for me, it's all about that, celebrating community and collaboration.
Thank you, Maria. And to wrap it up, Nicholas, I bring it back to you and taking that word trust then in collaboration.
I would like to add on to what my panelist has said, and I would also like to speak to as much persons as possible because I want to talk to you about protecting your intellectual property rights. But as we're talking about introducing transformative technologies, we can't speak about that without speaking about disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation meaning a new norm or a new standard setting product is being introduced. All right. And another theme that has been touched on so far by my panelists is that certainly teamwork makes the dream work. All right, you can't operate as an island. You have to have a team with you. And in that team, you have technology experts, you have the investors, and you have entrepreneurs. And these persons have different roles. The entrepreneur is the one bringing all of these pieces together. I call the entrepreneur the puzzle maker or the puzzle solver. Then you have the tech expert, who is the analyst, the person who is looking at a particular problem and coming up with a solution. And then you have the investor, the person with the all-important money. And money makes the world go round, right? So you definitely need collaboration between these three persons in order to bring something to market. You cannot do it on your own. And I will have to come back to the entrepreneur, because the entrepreneur is the person asking the questions such as, what resources do I need? Is this idea addressing a pain point in the particular market? Is there a market, first and foremost? Who are my key partners? What are my gaps? Most importantly, do I have technical expertise? Do I have enough finances? You answer these questions, you realize who your key partners are, you engage your key partners, you form a team, you come together, you collaborate, you develop. And again, like I said before in my previous answer, once you develop, you are introducing something that is potentially new. You introduce something that's potentially new, you seek out the relevant intellectual property rights, or you appropriate the relevant intellectual property into this new product, into that product, and then you go forth and you conquer the market.
Excellent, excellent contributions, panelists. Panelists, on behalf of Kariri, I express my gratitude to each of you for sharing your valuable knowledge. And to our audience, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share our experiences and insights with you. We do hope that we have engaged you in a conversation that will resonate with you as you continue to evolve and pivot and chart onward to your exciting future and your entrepreneurial journey. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the conclusion of panel 1. All right, so I want to ask our panelists not to run away too fast. Nicholas, Maria, John Paul, and Lyndon. Do you have any questions at all for this panel from the audience? So far, right? All right, well, I give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, so I know that we are expecting another panel. However, I know you're kind of hungry, kind of. What time? So maybe we could just have okay, so on behalf of the Red Cross, you all would see a plaque on the middle, on the centerpiece of your tables. All right, so we're switching up the program a little bit. I ask you all to bear with us, accommodate us the best that you can. All right, so I just want to introduce this app. There's Apple and Android download. And on behalf of the Red Cross, they are saying thank you for the opportunity to be able to launch this app today and to address the esteemed group of young people as they embark on a journey towards a safer, more resilient future. It is with great excitement and pride that they launch Red Cross Disaster Preparedness app designed specifically for youth. In a world where uncertainties abound and natural hazards are becoming more frequent and intense, the need for proactive disaster preparedness have been more crucial, more critical. Today, the Red Cross take a giant leap forward in equipping the next generation with the tools and knowledge necessary to face these challenges head on. As you would have heard
from the panel, as you will hear from the panel on climate change, some of the realities that exist are the stark inequality that exists among some of the vulnerable populations, including youth. The Master of Disaster app is not just another application. It is a testament to the power of technology, collaboration, and the unwavering spirit of human compassion. Developed in partnership with Kariri, this app is more than just an education app. It should be seen as a tool or platform that empowers our youth to become resilient, resourceful, and responsible citizens. So what makes the Master of Disaster app unique? Firstly, it is tailored to the needs and interests of our youth, recognizing that the younger generation is often the more tech-savvy. We have created an engaging and interactive experience that transforms learning about disaster preparedness into a game. Through quizzes and challenges, we aim to make the acquisition of life-saving skills not only an educational one, but also an enjoyable one. Secondly, the app provides practical, real-world information. It covers a wide range of topics, from creating emergency kits to understanding evacuation procedures, from first aid basics to digital communication strategies during disasters. The Masters of Disaster app is a comprehensive guide that ensures our youth are well equipped to respond effectively to any crisis. Moreover, the app fosters a sense of community and collaboration. It is meant to be a catalyst for users to connect with their peers, share experiences, and even organize local initiatives to promote disaster preparedness in our 3 major youth group links: Trailblazers and Champions, of which the Red Cross hopes many of you can join. By creating a network of Masters of Disaster, the Red Cross strengthens their collaborative ability to respond to emergencies, not just as individuals, but as a united force for good. As we launch this app today, let us remember the profound impact even the smallest of actions for disaster preparedness can make a profound impact in saving yours and your family's lives in the midst of a disaster. The Master of Disaster app is a tool. It has been an investment in the safety and well-being of our communities. It is a commitment to empowering the youth to become the leaders and change makers of tomorrow. So in conclusion, the Red Cross expresses their deepest gratitude to everyone involved in bringing the Master of Disaster app to life, their partners, collaborators, and the dedicated development team at Kariri. Let's give Kariri a round of applause for this one. Thank you. The passion, the hard work that went into making this vision a reality. Let us embrace this new era of disaster preparedness, where technology and compassion converge to create a safer world for all. Together, as masters of disaster, we can build a future that is resilient, compassionate, and prepared for whatever challenges may come our way. All right, so they're saying thank you and let the journey begin. So I hope all of you downloaded the app, engage in some conversation about the app. We're going to break for lunch in about 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back. So we're going to have a short lunch. We're going to come back at around 12:10, 12:15. And that's when we're going to have the next panel, and that panel is going to focus on youth breaking into the orange economy, the crafts and festivals sectors. So while we wait for lunch to be prepared, I can introduce our panelists. So when we get back from lunch, we'll be ready to jump into the discussion. All right. So on the panel for youth breaking into the orange economy, we have Hassani Watley, the Chief Operations Officer at Caesar's Army. So we'll meet Hassani shortly, but Hassani is events consultant, project manager, and business strategist. He is known as the General of Caribbean Entertainment, as one half of the popular carnival events brand Caesar's Army. How many of y'all know Caesar's Army? Wow, I thought there would be more hands. Hassani, you have to do something about that, right? As the Chief Operations Officer and co-owner of Caesar's Army, he's done more than throw the creme de la creme of fêtes. He has grown a brand that has successfully penetrated Caribbean and North American diaspora markets. But that's just one side of him. He's also a project management and business consultant with an eye for the big picture, buoyed by strategic details. Pivoting is in his blood. An engineer by profession, he balanced his career in oil and gas, which included projects in Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Scotland, and Guyana, among other countries. With a passion for event management, starting Caesar's Army Limited in 2006. Over the past 15 years in the Army, he has transitioned from engineer to entrepreneur. In addition to his role steering Caesar's Army, he also became a shareholder and the senior manager for Rogue Mass Band, responsible for operations and logistics. Hassani also manages local fashion designer Rion Romani, who is highly sought regionally. In love with business strategy, he channels his project management, engineering, and financial experience into creating sustainable systems for businesses through his second company, North Star Consulting Services. North Star provides project management, international events management, and business consulting services. So we're definitely looking forward to hearing from Hassani later on. And as young entrepreneurs, you're seeing that you only have one pathway in entrepreneurship and business. You can go do your studies, and independent of that, you can become an entrepreneur and you can learn how to pivot. So you don't necessarily end up where you've started. The next person that will be on our panel when we come back from lunch is Joshua Regrello, content creator. Joshua Regrello's launch in the steel pan world began at the tender age of 4. He began wooing the hearts of audiences as he performed the national anthem at numerous functions. He continued playing the instrument to represent his primary and secondary schools, Grants Memorial Presbyterian and Naparima College, respectively, winning scores of awards at local talent and music festivals. During his time at the University of West Indies Faculty of Law, he was also called upon to perform at several events. While having an independent career of his own, he was a frontline tenor player with the Skiffle Steel Orchestra, with whom he has toured in Barbados and Jamaica and accompanied the contingent led by the Honorable Prime Minister, the late Patrick Manning, to both Cuba and Washington, D.C. Joshua Regrello is now an in-demand content creator for all social media platforms, having been a brand ambassador for Samsung Caribbean, Angostura, and Domino's Pizza. He is currently a brand ambassador for Digicel and SM Jaleel, as well as the official brand ambassador for KFC Trinidad and Tobago. So we look forward to hearing Joshua's perspective on the orange economy. All right. You all know Joshua at least, right? Okay. Dr. Keatness will round up our panel, and Dr. Keatness is the president of COSTAT. Dr. Nis is a former principal and CEO of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College in St. Lucia. He is an expert member of the UN Committee for Development Policy and a former senior economist and advisor on structural policies and innovation at the OECD Paris. He is the former World Trade Organization chair at the University of the West Indies, where he also served as the executive director of the University of the West Indies Consulting Company. Dr. Nurse has published in areas such as trade policy and services, industrial policy and innovation governance, creative industries and the digital economy, tourism and cultural heritage, migration and diasporas, gender and economic restructuring, climate action and sustainable development, and disaster risk reduction. So Dr. Nurse could have been on all the panels. So definitely looking forward to hear Dr. Nurse's perspective today. All right. And this panel will be chaired by our moderators, Diran Nagasa, who's a business development officer at Hariri. So we're definitely looking forward to that panel. It's going to be followed by climate action, human impacts and resilience in 2023 and beyond. We know we feel the heat. So let's hear what those experts have to say. And then we are going to end the evening with revolutionizing tourism in the Caribbean. So we invite you all to have some lunch, get some more energy, hopefully not get too sleepy, all right? But don't worry, we'll have something to wake you all up after you eat, all right? So get some lunch, and then we're going to jump into the final two panels, all right? So I want to invite table one to start, and yeah, and we could be followed by y'all. And everybody, please feel free, join the line, get some sustenance for later. All of those who are online, we are taking a short break and we are going to come back at 12:15. All right, so thank you all so much. ICT is going to hopefully play some music for us. There will be no music today, and Laura can't sing. Y'all can watch that.
So before I leave today, I would like to leave with a song. This one is just to take it down a little bit. Redemption song by Bob Marley. And it starts, get on a little bit lower for this. It's yesterday, so ships, it's after, it's okay. From the bottomless pit, but my heart is made strong. For this generation, triumphantly to have to sing the songs of freedom, cause all I have redemption songs. Sleep yourself from mental slavery. No, atomic energy, cause none of them cannot stop the tide. Prophets setting aside, and some say it's just a part of it. But to fulfill this, won't you have to sing these songs of freedom? Cause all redemption songs, songs of freedom. All redemption songs.
Let's give Stefan a round of applause. Stefan, fantastic job. Joshua, I hope he did you proud. Look, you see, I got a thumbs up from Joshua, and I'm sure Olatunji will think the same, right? Okay, so I know that I did the introductions for the panel before we went to lunch. So let me ask our panelists to join me on the stage. We have Hassani Watley, Chief Operations Officer at Caesar's Army. So let's give Hassani a round of applause. All right. So next on our panel, we have Joshua Regrello. Joshua is well known for his steel pan, and he is also a content creator. You can sit. No, on the chair. Yeah. And then finally, to round up our panel, we have Dr. Keith Nis, President of COSTAT. Right, so, all right. So, our moderator for this panel is Sadira Nagasa, and we look forward to fruitful conversation on youth breaking into the orange economy, specifically the crafts and festivals sector. Sadira?
Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon to everyone. A special warm welcome to our panel number 2, Youth Breaking into the Orange Economy, the Crafts and Festival Sectors. So we've all heard about the green and blue economy, but today we have a new color to add to the rainbow as we focus on the orange economy. I would want to invite Dr. Nurse. I know you have done extensive research in this area. Can you please tell us a little bit about the orange economy and expand on the concept specifically in the context of the arts and festivals sector?
Can you hear me? It would be useful to have the mic on. Check 1, 2. Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Great. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks again to Kariri for inviting me to participate. I was at the award ceremony for DIA. That's how you pronounce it? DIA. I've worked extensively, as you put it, on the creative sector, or what's often referred to as the orange economy. The term was coined by some authors, some which are from Colombia. And in fact, we were recently at a workshop in St. Martin. The orange economy is actually a bit wider than what we call the creative sector or the cultural sector, because it talks about the interface between creativity, technology, and innovation. So in fact, it relates to a wide array of sectors, but often it's viewed as being proximate to the creative sector. So I'll stick with that for now. Just to give some statistics, the creative sector is probably about equivalent of about 10% to 12% of global GDP currently. And it's one of the fastest rising sectors in the global economy. And especially with the growth of what we call user-generated content. In fact, it's estimated that 70% of the content on the World Wide Web is creative content. In fact, if it wasn't for the creative sector, there would be no internet. It wouldn't be viable. It wouldn't be economically viable. So the creative sector is actually what we refer to in the literature as a transversal sector, in that it combines and relates to a whole range of sectors. So for example, you probably couldn't have a manufacturing sector in the modern sense without the creative sector, because the creative sector does the design. So your phone or the garments that I'm wearing have all been designed by someone. That's the creative sector. And so even though it may fall into the manufacturing sector, the design component is really the critical area. So there was an estimate, for example, of what are the top selling cars in the world. The cars that sell the best are the ones that have the highest design components built into them. The greatest share of design elements makes the car more attractive and it sells better. So that's why the creative sector is so important, and not just as a standalone sector, because more often than not, we talk about it as a standalone sector. And that notion of economics is a very outdated notion. So the creative sector is the ultimate transversal sector. So let me give you another example. J.K. Rowling, she's an author of books, Harry Potter. Well, those books have generated movies, have generated, what you call those, like Universal Studios as a whole, park on it. So the books have generated movies, theme parks, merchandise, soundtracks, and the list goes on and on and on. And so in the creative sector, we refer to it also as a circular economy, in that there are no finished goods or services. A good or service can lead to another good and another service, and so on and so on. And it generates intellectual property on top of that. So I don't know if that helps in terms of understanding what is the creative sector. But what I can say, though, is that the general understanding of the creative sector and the power of the creative sector is largely based on misunderstanding. I do these workshops and presentations all around the world. And often people think it's about song, dance, cuisine, music, book publishing, etc. And the answer is yes, it's those things. But those things then generate additional value added in the global economy. So you couldn't have a manufacturing sector or tourism sector in the modern sense without the creative sector. So I just wanted to add that to the mix.
Thank you, Dr. News, for that contribution. I know there are many youths here from the DIA lab, and they might be interested in getting involved in this creative and cultural industries. So I'll pose my question to Hassani next. How can young individuals harness their creativity and passion and really break into the craft and festival sectors?
Good morning to everyone. I will kind of use myself as a simple example here. Breaking into any creative or industry like that is really based on how confident you are as a person in doing what you're doing. That's the reality of it. All right. And when it is you consider, let's say, for instance, for me, I was an engineer, used to work in the oil field, but I love partying. Like, they loved it now. And the reason why I actually got into events was because I used to party and I used to feel like these parties are not to the standard that I feel they should be at, you know? And if it is talking to someone that wants to get into an industry, I identify where your skill set lies. So my skill set was very strong on bringing together stuff, operations, logistics, that kind of stuff from my engineering background. Identify where your skill set lies. So identify a niche, firstly. Once you kind of understand where you want to kind of work within, then you have to start letting people know that you do this stuff, you know? So you have to start kind of like networking, you know, let people know, well, okay, I'm making arts and craft, I'm making bags, I'm making chairs, whatever it is you'll be making. You know, and of course you'd start within your initial community, which would be like your parents, your friends, that kind of stuff. Then besides that, you have to consider personal branding. Because the good thing about it is when in coming into this industry, you have to kind of set yourself apart in some way or form. And that kind of ties back to what your USP or your unique selling proposition is. Like I always tell people, 1,000,000 people could throw parties in Trinidad. Everybody feel like a throw party. But the way and how we do it, it has a very sound structure and an approach to it. And that what probably made our brand popular for a couple of years. And that's what also kind of made our brand able to go into the islands and to the US and UK markets. Because we were able to put ourselves at a certain standard. So even in you kind of being a creative, identifying what is the thing I do unique. So you could still be making bags, but it might be the way in how you do it now. Or you could be an artist, but is the methodology in which you approach it. You know, so those are some of the key points I would say to consider in trying to break into the creative arts industry.
Thanks, Hassani. And Joshua, I want to bring into the conversation as a young panelist. Hassani shared that once you've identified your unique selling proposition, you have taken the first step. So, what initiatives or programs are there available to support young entrepreneurs and artists entering the craft and festival space?
Okay, mic check. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Let me first say that I have never felt more empowered to be a creative after hearing Dr. News. Never ever in my entire life. When in school, when I said I wanted to be a panelist, and I felt that it makes sense as a profession. So hearing these statistics, I feel very empowered. Even next year, at hearing that there were 100 people that went to the parties but can't do it like you. I understand being somebody that tries to do parties and not as well as you. So I understand that. I don't want to pretend that I'm an expert knowing all the programs available, largely because, and this is what I want the message to be for anyone listening, that there is an abundance of programs available for creatives and anyone entering into this profession. And I say not an expert because every single day I know about programs available. I'm planning my steel pan concert. I'm in the process of doing that. And 2 days ago, I learned that the Office of the Prime Minister has a culture fund, a culture and heritage fund. I only learned that 2 days ago. And my father's a politician. So, it's like every single day. I was sitting at a table when I got here and I was telling the woman next to me about the questions that I'm supposed to be talking about. And she said, did you know that the DCFA has a side arm that has a bunch of programs available? So I don't want to say it anyway. I know what the programs because there is an abundance. That is the main thing. There is an abundance of programs available to everyone. You're entering this at the basis of it is a called Carnival. So that is just the basis. And I can only speak from what I which is Carnival and Plan. And so I can tell you that the Ministry of not just the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of Culture has a lot of programs. They have camps. There's so many things available to you. And as we learned from Dr. Lewis, it's not just the conventional creative sector. There's so many things. There's technology now that is applied to it. So my main thing to say to anyone is that there is an abundance of programs. You just need to take the time to find what is available to you, and then to actually go and try to get it.
Thanks, Joshua. Dr. Nace, we have heard from Joshua about where we can get support through UE and so on. Now, I'd like to ask, what other special skill sets or qualifications should young individuals acquire in order to thrive in this particular sector?
Those are good questions. I asked your colleagues to pull up some slides for me. I have 2 slides, so please bear with me. I'm an academic. I apologize. It's what pays the bills. So this is some slides from a workshop I did with the fashion sector in Africa and also in the Caribbean. The key issues apply, I think, across the board. So Joshua raised the issue of, well, what's your value proposition? And one of the key things we try to get across is the issue of authenticity. And authenticity is like, well, I actually went to a workshop or an event
and I saw this like a postcard, and it says, just putting a dhoti on Spider-Man doesn't make it authentic, right? So I thought that really gets the point across immediately. And I can tell you, I've been to many trade fairs in music, books, film. I'm the chairman of a film distribution company, with the largest film distribution company in the Caribbean. And when we go to the trade fairs, people want to know, what are you bringing to the table? If you're bringing something that is already from the dominant market spaces, and they think that you're just adding a Caribbean spin on it, it won't sell. I can tell you, it just doesn't work. So I remember one time I went to MEDEM, which is the music trade fair, the largest trade fair in Cannes, France. And there were some people from the Caribbean selling R&B. And this guy from the United States came up and he says, well, in every city in the United States, there's somewhere between 20,000 and 100,000 people singing R&B. And 99% of them are broke. So why are you doing R&B? We want authentic stuff from the Caribbean that can go global, not you singing R&B. So that was like a real eye-opener for a lot of people. But it's the same thing for film and books and fashion and whatever. It's really hard to compete on somebody else's terrain. So identifying what is your value proposition, what you're bringing that's unique, but also what are you bringing that's universal? Because in effect, for example, in film, all stories are human stories. And that's the universality. But you have to find what is the particular element of the Caribbean aesthetic, mystique story that you want to pitch that will make the difference and separate you from others. Next slide, please. And I'll end on this note. So when you ask me what are the skills that are required of, let's call them creative entrepreneurs, well, just being creative is not enough. I'm sorry to say. You know what we say, in show business, it's about 10% show and 90% business. Most of the people who work in the creative sector haven't been trained to do business. So more than 20 years ago, I started at UWI, something called Arts and Cultural Enterprise Management. So some of our top entrepreneurs in Trinidad and Tobago, and there are few of them on television, I won't call their names, not to embarrass them, who are graduates from that program. And in fact, one of them just recently launched a book, and I went to the book launch, and I reminded the audience, when I first went to that person and said, sign up for the program, she was very resistant. And then the week that she did the program, the first week of the program, she called up her staff and said to them, you see what we're doing there? We're doing it wrong. We don't understand how to do invoicing properly. We're not sure how to do our finances properly. Stop all that you're doing. Scrap it. I've learned how to do it properly. The key thing is that creative entrepreneurs need to also become entrepreneurs. And in this current age, they need to become digital entrepreneurs. If you're not a digital entrepreneur, basically you've locked yourself out of the global marketplace. But there's some key things you need to understand, which is that what is it that you're selling? Is it a good? Is it a service? Is it a form of intellectual property? Or is it an experience? So Joshua is really highlighting the point that what he's offering is an experiential process. It's not just a service. Everybody else can organize a party, but they're doing more than a party. But you have to be clear in your mind in terms of how you design the event, but also how you build it into your business plan. that this is what you are doing and what are the key essentials of that process. The last point I want to make is this. I did some work with, and I do this every year. We run a film incubator in Toronto. And one of the top films was from one who's an animator from Guadeloupe. And when he pitched his project, he was just saying, I'm a filmmaker and I'm selling this animated product for the film market. And I said to him, well, why are you doing that? Why are you minimizing it just to one segment of the market? His film was so good, it could be converted into merchandise, like selling the clothing, shoes, whatever, associated with the animation product. And then I said to him, well, why don't you do a game as well? He's like, whoa, I could do a game? I said, yeah, it's animated. You can convert it into a game. And then you can convert it into a movie, like a full-scale movie. And I said, this is the gift that can keep on giving. And that's the nature of the creative sector. The creative sector is not a standalone sector, and it's not just operating in a silo. If you understand that, then you can be a apprentice and be offering a whole array of other services and other forms of intellectual property. I know my colleagues from the Intellectual Property Office would like to hear that, yeah. But yeah, so you have to think outside of the box and understand that you're operating in a circular or transversal economy. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nurse. You mentioned the importance of digital entrepreneur, being a digital entrepreneur now. Hassani, I would like to pose the next question to you. I know Caesar's Army has done some groundbreaking work in incorporating ICT. We, a team at Kariri, had the opportunity to host a meeting in the metaverse through the services of the Caesar's Army facility. And this was back during the pandemic, and it was a real experience, I must say. What role does ICT play in the growth and sustainability of the orange economy?
That's a very good question. I think is the most relevant thing right now, based on how the world is going. Luckily for us, and the Caribbean has been a bit laid back, COVID brought us the importance of the internet, apps, everything like that. Even if it was just a gimmick before, we all had to adapt during COVID in terms of how we're going to make our product survive or live. So, for instance, on our side, we created a virtual reality world to host events. We created an island where on the scenes was a beach, because we figured we sell in the Caribbean because that's what we do. We sell experiences, and we are from the Caribbean, and the Caribbean is known for sun, sea, and sand. But what I like about the ICT side, when it is a look at it, whether it be a web page, TikTok app, anything like that, you could actually, anybody, especially when you're looking at e-commerce and stuff, anybody could create a brand and put their store online. And that's the most important thing people need to understand here. There's no longer the days where it is we need to go to the bank to get a loan or beg money from a parent or something like that to start a business in a brick and mortar. I mean, those things still exist. But what the internet and what these apps have given us now is a lower barrier of entry into the market. So the barrier is very low, and it's not that much capital output. Also, what ICT could afford us as well too is analytics and data. So when it is we put out stuff into the market, we checking to see, let's say we're creating a clothing store online and we have 20 items for sale. We can actually see, based on data and analytics, what are my top sellers, what time people come to visit the store, how many people come into the website. And when it is you have this level of power in your hands and information in your hands, you actually could become a lot more strategic in how you approach your business and how you structure your business. And I think that is one of the biggest tenants I've seen how ICT has impacted the creative industries. In addition to that, what I also like to, from an e-commerce side, it could still be like how you would have sold your Kool-Aid or the side of the street or something, so but packaging it in a bottle. You actually have now a global reach when it is using the internet to promote your product. And that is something that is very, I would call it relieving as you would, because before, of course, most people, when they think about business, they think that we have to operate within the area in which the business is. They think we have to be operating within Sawa, Tobago, Trinidad, or anything like that. When really, actually, what the internet has given us is the opportunity to get a global audience for our product. So it is now opening us up now to newer markets or markets that we would not have traditionally been exposed to. And I think a lot of these things, makes where we're at right now in the world in terms of, I consider the internet like the fourth industrial revolution, where we could now put ourselves out there, put our brand out there, put our product out there, get real-time feedback from our customers, whether if it is they have reviews or anything like that, and then we are able to be a lot more agile in how we approach our business and that's about it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Hassani. Switching gears a bit, we have heard quite a bit from the other speakers about failure. And Joshua, I would like to invite you to really perhaps you can share based on your own experiences, what are the challenges unique to young entrepreneurs and artists, and how can they be addressed to ensure their success?
Okay, could you just pull my slides up, please? Slides. So, speaking from someone, I had that joke line up for so long. Speaking from somebody with many failures, it's important thing. I don't think those solve challenges per se because it's different. Each creative is different. I think what is important in creative is to, as soon as possible, try to identify all the challenges and then improve on them. I think, and that's something that I apply every single day. Because we can sit here and we can list out something as simple as you have to work on performance, you have to work on the business side. It's 10% talent, 90% business. I said quite often I could sit here and say that, but you have to figure out because you make better business than talent. You make better talent than business. I am terrible at business, so I have to work on that. So I think the principle is that I think the creatives need to actively work on just bettering themselves. So now I realize that every single day I sit down at the end of the day, I try to figure out 5 things that I would do, 5 things that I would bad, and forget the good things, I look at the bad things, and I actively try to improve on it. I think that's the only thing that would help creatives move forward, basically.
Thanks, Joshua, for those wise words. As we close the panel, I'll ask each of the presenters today in about 30 seconds, how might we foster collaboration and networking opportunities among young entrepreneurs and artists in the craft and festival sector? So I'll start with you, Dr. Ness.
30 seconds. Wow. Yeah. I have no more slides. I've just used up 10 of my seconds. Yeah. Okay. No, the key thing, get trained. If you think you know, it probably means you don't know. The people who don't train know what they don't know. So be trained is the first key thing. I must say that I'm an educator, and at Costat we are building out a capacity to in an upskilling academy to help in this area. And I've done it at UV, I've done it in many locations. The other key thing is this: collaborate. Find somebody who can help you learn and can help you extend beyond where you are at.
Joshua?
Yeah, I think the main thing to foster collaboration is a mindset for collaboration. I think that, and that's something I just learned within the last year or so. That one, there is a need for collaboration. You can, but it'll be much better to do things as a team. And then 2, I think if creators realize that if we help ourselves, we all grow, as opposed to competing, collaboration over competition.
Very good points raised by the other two. I must like Maverick, where it is I say, man, create it, yes? Because if it is you're not finding the opportunities, create it amongst a network. Because once you start to create it, then other people will come. So that'll be my quick answer.
Yeah, I don't know, I think so. I forgot. Just 5 more seconds. There's just something else I learned. I think as creatives, forget that it's usually us against the world. So if we're fighting on ourselves and it's a battle, as if Caesar and I come together, invest in practice. That's something I learned because that's something I share all my entertainers. I said, if I perform at your event, I did not charge you to perform at your event because for no reason, then we try to live with ourselves. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. On behalf of Karuri, I would like to thank you for carving out the time from your busy schedules to spend some time with us. It was indeed a pleasure hearing your insightful comments and thoughtful contributions. As well, thank you to the audience for your attention and participation. Thank you, guys. We have a question from the audience. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, in most of our institutions, we teach the core subjects, maths and geography and English and engineering and so on. But we don't teach critical thinking too much and design. Any thoughts on that?
Our education systems are hugely outdated. Let me just say that upfront. And as an educator and someone responsible for a whole educational institution, I say this to my colleagues all the time. We need to get closer to the cutting edge. So I used to run this is out of St. Lucia, but I also did it out of in France, Paris, training entrepreneurs and startups in particular to do critical thinking, design thinking as the start. Those are the key things to shift the mindset, because often, as I said earlier, people think they know something about a sector. And what we do is we get them to almost unlearn and then learn again in a more expansive way. I've been doing this. I've been running an incubator for filmmakers for almost 15 years now. And we bring in the top filmmakers from the Caribbean. We also have people from Africa and other locations coming to our workshops. And that's the first thing we do with them. Force them to think again. And that opens up the space for really creative thinking. What our education system does is from the outset, close down creative thinking by boxing people into, in many instances, really outdated concepts. And so the global economy has shifted. So Hazani's made a really critical point, which is that the fourth industrial revolution is not premised on the old frameworks from the industrial revolution from 200, 300 years ago. It's what I call the wiki economy. So you're not selling a thing anymore. You are selling all of the clusters of experiences that can be associated with the thing. And so you have to really think through the value proposition. What is it that you have on offer that is distinct, unique, and people are interested in? So this is a different way of education. And the way in which we have structured our institutions in clear silos. So for example, one thing I'm trying to encourage my colleagues to do is that entrepreneurship is not just something that's offered in business. You could be going to our School of Health wellness, and so on, and do entrepreneurship. You can go to our school for liberal arts and do entrepreneurship. You could go to our school that deals with the creative industries and do entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not something that's done in a business program, right? That we've created a notion of a silo, and that is completely outdated, because you can create business in any sector. And why are we boxing it in? So this is where I think we need to be moving. We need to move faster. The Caribbean is underperforming, and our institutions, both academic institutions and even support institutions, are really operating with very outdated models. So we really need to move very quickly. I follow the trade data very closely, and our share of global value added has shrunk immensely. We were small, we're getting even smaller. And so that for me is, but we could always talk about this at another forum. But I just saw the data yesterday for what's called the gig economy. The gig economy is now estimated to employ 12% of people worldwide. I was like staggered, because 5 years ago, it didn't exist as a concept, or even 10 years ago. Now, and a big component of that is what we call the creator economy. People doing stuff on TikTok. TikTok is the highest earning company on the planet, with the highest valuation. Last time it was $400 billion. It's bigger than YouTube, Amazon, and several others combined. And what does TikTok sell? Well, you all know better than me. Yeah, right? No? Okay. Right. So the global economy is shifting into an experiential economy, and we're still thinking about oil and gas, right, as our principal thing that we are offering to the world. When renewables and meeting zero transitions and the growth of the renewable energy is where the real focus is. So we have a lot of work to do in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you. Okay, so we have time for just one more question. Does anybody from our youth RDDA have a question for either Joshua or Hassani?
Hello, my name is Maya. I have a question for Joshua. I study music at UTT, and one of the main things that people do after they get a degree is going to teaching or performing. And recently I asked my classmates what they want to do with their degree in music after they spend 4 years learning the instrument. And they feel very limited by the options that they have in Trinidad. So what options, as a pianist and as a performer, what other options are there for people besides just going into teaching and creating more people with music degrees?
Are you an instrumentalist or you?
I'm a guitarist.
I think, thanks for the question, by the way. I don't think, I would love to compete in that work. Actually, I have a lot of friends that went to the Steel Fan program. I don't feel like as musicians, we're fully exploring itself a little bit for us. So I think at the basis of it, I want to go into the team and teach our so I don't think there's a lot of innovation happening. I didn't become a pianist or solo pianist by following around. There's a lot of innovation, and as said before by Dr. Lewis, it's that you have to have 90% of business. So it was literally every single day saying that I have bills to pay and trying to figure it out, and that is where innovation comes. Music. A large part of having a music career is innovation. The biggest artists in the world have to innovate every single day and try to figure out how to stay relevant. So if you're a guitarist, it can't just be that you figure out to play gigs, to play bills. I had to do concerts, I had to teach people to play piano online, I had to start courses, I had to sell merchandise. And once you do all that, there is a career where more options available than teaching. But it is that I don't think there's much innovation. Dr. Lewis said that the Caribbean is far behind. I think something music in the Caribbean, I think, is very far behind. Something even as Steel Pan, I am afraid that people realize how far, the world realizes how far we are being pan and take advantage of it. I think the main thing is we need to strongly innovate in music and in your career to make it a career as a dance.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua. I know I said that was the last question, but not to leave Hassani out. Does anybody have any question for the General Hassani? All right. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for your attention. And I pass you back to Laura. Thank you, gentlemen.
We can go.
But if you want to stay online with me, that's fine. All right. So I hope you all enjoyed that panel. Very, very good conversation. Thank you, Maya, for the question. So we're moving along. Up next, we have human impacts and resilience in 2023 and beyond, a topic that is definitely on everybody's minds in terms of climate action. All right, so jumping back into it, we have on our panel Omar Mohammed from Cropper Foundation. Omar is the Chief Executive Officer of the Cropper Foundation, an award-winning Trinidad and Tobago nonprofit organization advancing sustainable development in the Caribbean for over 20 years. At the Cropper Foundation, he leads work across multiple sustainability-focused interventions that include data science and nature-based solutions, natural capital accounting and economics, and civil society governance and strengthening. Prior to this, he worked with UNESCO, where he contributed to their global inclusion and climate change education agenda, as well as curriculum development for countering extremism in the Americas and implementing national whole school approaches to mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals. So welcome, Omar. It's wonderful to have you on the panel. Next on our panel is Sophia Rajkumar Singh. Sophia is the Senior Strategy and Transactions. She's Senior Strategy and Transactions at Ernst & Young. Sophia Rajkumar Singh is the curator of the Global Shapers Port of Spain Hub, an initiative of the World Economic Forum, as a project manager and financial analyst. Sophia brings a wealth of experience to the table beyond the corporate realm. Sophia is a dedicated social entrepreneur, channeling passion into projects fostering positive change. A true community activist at heart, Sophia works tirelessly at the grassroots level to create inclusive and thriving environments. With a unique blend of skills, Sophia navigates the intersections of finance, social impact, and community building with unwavering enthusiasm. So, Sophia, it's wonderful to have you with us today. Yes. Next on our panel, we have a youth representing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross Society, Isaiah James. Isaiah is an upper sixth student at the Queen's Royal College. He has selected all science subjects for CAPE in terms of chemistry, biology, and physics, but among all its branches, physics steals the show. So you'll get along very well with our moderator. He's a physicist, so we'll see how that goes. All right. Beyond just academics, Isaiah is deeply passionate about nature photography. It's more than just his pastime. It allows him to encapsulate the beauty of his country, whether it's the breathtaking beauty of landscapes or animals in their habitat. Isaiah also has a passion for music and playing the violin. It's a calming activity for him. So we have a lot of musicians in the room in terms of our young people. So let's welcome Isaiah. Isaiah, you're going to do well. Breathe. Everything's okay. Take a deep breath in and out. Fantastic. And to round up our panel, we have Chandel O'Neill. Is that right? Good. They are a sustainable energy engineer and human rights advocate in Trinidad and Tobago. They have their Bachelor of Engineering with distinction in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Guelph and worked in Process Engineering for waste reduction and improving efficiencies. They have worked in human rights advocacy for over 10 years since they came out and currently volunteer with KAISO, Sex and Gender Justice, working on LGBTQ plus community engagement and outreach. They additionally are a youth climate expert in the intersection of climate and gender. They completed their postgrad diploma in global leadership, focusing on regenerative leadership from the University of Peace. They are a social entrepreneur with their own enterprise, Mawu Energy Services, that supports energy efficiency, sustainable design, and resource management in residential and commercial buildings or properties. So let's welcome Chandel. And chairing this esteemed panel, we have Miguel Andrews, physicist and calibration lab manager at Kariri. Miguel Andrews is a distinguished professional with over 20 years of experience across various industries, including oil and gas, education, banking, manufacturing, software engineering, innovation, and renewable energy. His expertise extends to implementing and maintaining ISO-based quality management systems such as ISO 9001, 14000, 17025, and 56000. Notably, in 2011, he led Kariri's calibration laboratory to become one of the first ISO 17025 accredited calibration labs in the English-speaking Caribbean. In the realm of innovation and entrepreneurship, Miguel has contributed significantly by reviewing and providing technical assistance to hundreds of businesses through programs like the Idea to Innovation, the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, and the DIA programs. Miguel holds a Bachelor's of Science with honors in Physics and Analytical Chemistry from the UWI and a professional certificate in Sustainable Energy Conversion and Storage from Stanford University. He's currently pursuing a PhD in Physics at the University of the West Indies while managing Kariri's calibration lab, as well as running his own entrepreneurial venture, Spirit Woodcrafts, a CNC and additive manufacturing business. So chairing this panel is Miguel. Let's welcome Miguel as he makes his way to the podium.
Yes, thank you, Laura. And thank you for those of you who have stayed. I'd just like to say events like this create opportunities for serendipity. What do I mean by that? So we have these very diverse conversations happening. And the beauty of these kinds of conversations is that these conversations are what innovation is driven by, you know? Looking for these synergies, looking for the connections between different pieces of information, not just for our panel, but even the other panels that came before. So on that note, I'll start right away with Sophia, with the first question. Sophia, how do you think climate change has affected global economies, and what economic opportunities have arisen from the need to address climate change?
Thank you for that question. I somehow knew you would pick me first. I was hoping not to go first, but here I go. So climate change has an undeniable impact on our global economies, the most obvious being the result of the increased frequency and severity of our natural disasters. That goes from hurricanes to increased flooding to increased temperatures and the increased frequency of these naturally occurring events. They have direct impacts on our supply chain, our food production, our food security worldwide. And while these impacts are pretty negative, it does present the opportunity for us to reinvent our economy, to transition to a more green economy. And because of that, recently you're seeing more investment into renewable energy in countries in Europe and Asia, countries that are still very much reliant on natural gas and coal in some cases are still putting investment towards renewable energy. They're looking at electrifying their public transport. They're looking at new ways of storing energy. And basically driving towards that transition of a greener economy. And on a less infrastructural level, you see the rise of more sustainable tourism, more ecotourism, more consumers wanting to be more conscious in how they travel, more conscious in the products they buy. You're seeing carbon neutral products. The other day I saw carbon neutral wine. I don't know how accurate that is, but it's still interesting to see. And I think it's really interesting when consumers are more aware of their impact on the earth, they can shift the demand of what we consume, what products we produce, and how we live.
Thank you very much for that. So basically, what was said is that there's a huge opportunity here. You know, I could tell you a study that the World Bank had released some years ago said they estimated this market is estimated around, I think it's 6 or 7 trillion US dollars over the next 10 years. And there's also follow-on business for things like operation and maintenance of installed technology. So with everything, think about that dimension as well as Sophia just mentioned. All right, so the next question goes to Chandel. So Chandel, what are the most critical climate change indicators that we are seeing in 2023? And how do they compare to the last decade, you think?
All right. The World Meteorological Organization lines out our indicators as like ocean ash acidification, sea level rise, GHG emission, global greenhouse gases. And in 2023, I think we all could realize we're not having a good time. Like that heat wave we experienced in September and October in our what's supposed to be wet season wasn't what we were ready for. And even when we have rain events, it's always a situation of flooding. And this is a result of previously, at least I can speak from my context. I grew up in the mountains, Northern Range Mountains. And when we had wildfires early in the decades, like 2014 or whatever, trees and stuff got destroyed, and now we're dealing with the other side of it, where soil erosion is causing flooding in mountains, and you didn't even think that was possible, but you're finding out because climate is getting so drastic, you're having these situations you weren't even prepared for, where how can a mountain flood? And that just happens when all the soil and everything gets removed, and we're dealing with these dealing with the ramifications. So the indicators we have are the greater instances of like heat waves, the greater impacts of like the impacts on human health. Like people are like, okay, they had the World Jubilee or something for Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that happened in, I can't remember where in Asia, but when it was happening, there was a major heat wave and then there was a major typhoon, and that caused a major rescheduling of the event because what are you supposed to do? You're coming there for this event to celebrate, and then you're dealing with the ramifications. You're asking me about the indicators. The indicators are the difficulties we experience in our daily lives now. Like in Trinidad, we already had the mentality, if it's raining, we're not going to do work. But now we have a rage if it rains for like 5 minutes, and you're not even sure how to plan. So with these instances of these indicators, it's just becoming more, what Sophia said, it's harder to plan for our lives. And without a plan, what do we have? Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that very, very insightful response. So Omar, I'll put the next question to you. Funnily enough, the questions that I have actually were in the perfect alignment of how you all are sitting, but I'm mixing them up just for fun, right? So, how do you think human activities have contributed to the current state of climate change, and what sectors are the most significant contributors?
All right, so I think two things. But I think there are two parts to that answer. One is there's a causal thing. So, human activities after Industrial Revolution, pumping coal, then fossil energy, etc., to generate industry. And of course, we all know that's contributed to the sort of increased level of greenhouse gas emissions. And, you can have plenty of different arguments about, we didn't know what was happening and so on. But the fact remains, well, the science is clear that sort of man-made or anthropogenic contribution is why we are in the situation that we are right now. But the second part of that is, why is that still continuing? Which is also, almost 100% human-led. Because right now it's not, we understand the science. I mean, you have a couple of people who, I suppose, want to be contrarian and say that, we don't know why climate change is happening, but, we all do. But the issue right now, again, is political. So it's a different level of human-induced climate change. The fact that it's allowed to continue because it is a political decision for it to continue. So while that is happening, you have the expanding issues around the economic reasons for it to continue, which then kind of support the political reasons. You know, right now, solar and other renewables are cheaper than ever before, but they're not being mainstream to the level that they should be. And why is that? Because in the States, for example, 25% of senior legislators have shares in oil and gas companies. So, you know, you have all these sort of interlocking layers of human causes beyond the actual physical sciences. And, you know, I think that is something where you, especially us as, you know, two-legged humans, need to understand that it's not just the historic contributors to emissions, you know, Global North and whoever else, but the ongoing human contribution, which is our vote and our sort of lobbying ability to get our leaders to make the right decision. So yes, I would say it's one scientific, one more kind of sociological to some extent.
Okay. So I guess there's an opportunity for maybe policy creators to maybe try to put the right incentives and pressures in place to drive the country in the direction we would like it to go. All right, so this one is for Isaiah. Easy one, promise you. Right, so basically, how do you think we could ensure that poorer communities could get access to the same types of benefits that, you know, say the large economies have? Like, so for example, how do you ensure that there's enough solar powered lights in a poorer community as you would have in a richer community?
So I think that when we're discussing issues on climate change, we need to emphasize the voice of vulnerable communities and prioritize inclusivity in these types of discussions, because vulnerable communities oftentimes have been the least contributors to climate change. If you look historically, the Global North, as he said, has contributed the most to climate change. And if we look at countries like Chad, which are among the most vulnerable countries in the world facing desertification and depletion of fish stock, they contribute 0.14 metric tons per year to greenhouse emissions. That dwarfs in comparison to the historic anthropogenic emissions of the Global North. So I think that we need to recognize the intersectionality of poverty and climate change and how we're addressing it. And it's the job of wealthier nations to help poorer countries leapfrog that stage in industrialization where they would have polluted to get wealthier.
Well said. I think I have to give Isaiah some harder questions. So, all right. So this one, if possible, I'd like to get a response from Isaiah, Shandel, and Umar. Right. Here's the question. Right. How crucial is the role of youth and education in driving change, and what platforms are most effective for their engagement? Yeah, you can start. You can start with as you have the mic.
So we always say youth are the future of the planet, but we're also the present. And in order to become the leaders that we are meant to be, we need to get platforms to empower ourselves in society today. So I think social media is probably the largest platform that we've been using to empower ourselves. If you look at the Sunrise movements in the United States, they have made significant strides in lobbying their government to improve their climate policy. And also programs like Decarbonize that connect schools around the world to come up with discussions and have dialogues about climate change to present manifestos at United Nations climate summits. So it's about collaboration and using these technologies to hear everyone's voice.
Chandel?
I agree with everything Isaiah said. He's right. I am, at this point, I like to say an older youth. I still have the young card going for me, but I'm not like it's rough. But we're still working on it. Youth and education, it comes with intergenerational equity. Like, how are we supposed to inherit a planet where you guys don't want to give us the power to make decisions? Right. That makes no sense. Absolutely. Like, I'm sorry, but our politicians are too old. We need some younger ones coming around making some better decisions.
I agree.
I'm gonna say it. Yes, public servant. You can tell your ministers, it's cool. I think you know your age. Like, come on, guys. You've been around, you can retire, live in the island, chill at the beach, enjoy the last of the days. Let's have some succession planning. Let's have intergenerational equity. That's what I'll just say to that.
Okay, fantastic response.
Well, I guess I'm the oldest youth, I suppose, up there. I still hold on.
Yeah.
I still hold on. So I think, as Isaiah said, there's a lot of platforms available now, especially for younger folks. I mean, I don't have a TikTok, but I hear it's really powerful. So there are a lot of people who are doing, quite a lot of work on that. But I think we also need to not lose sight of the platforms that already exist that most people take part in, like formal school system. I mean, Isaiah's teachers, Wendy, over there, if you just raise your hand, Wendy, say hi. Wendy teaches Accuracy, and she's been teaching about climate change consistently even outside of what she's mandated to teach for years and years and years. So I think, people like that, I think, yes, so people like that who are making it a special mission to do that type of work within all the bureaucracy of the formal school system, I think is increasingly more important. And I think also the other types of sort of traditional platforms like tertiary education, like, COSTAT's new, I see Dr. Nurse, the COSTAT's new sort of emphasis on building skills that include things like circular economy, renewable energy, and so on, that, you need to almost make it something that younger folks don't need to search out for. It's just part of the education system. Mm-hmm. So I think we can't, as Isaiah and Chandal says, we need, especially young people and the systems that young people are going to grow up into need to become a fundamental part of the systems that's supporting them to get to that point. So I think we need to really sort of emphasize the fact that things like climate change need to be sort of infused. It's not an add-on, it's just an infusion into especially the systems that we all have to take part in. And I think it's a little bit of a shame that, most Caribbean countries, I would say, well, maybe many Caribbean countries, don't have climate change formally infused inside the school curriculum. There's a ton of resources. I mean, the moderator mentioned the work on UNESCO that, again, Wendy's part of. I mean, there are very clear guidelines and approaches and test cases for infusing climate change from early childhood all the way up to tertiary education. So I think it really needs, again, that sort of political will to make it part of the conversation. So even if you care about climate change or not, you get exposed to it.
Oh, thank you. All right, so Sophia, we haven't forgotten you. I have one last question for you. So what emerging technologies show the most promise for mitigating climate change, and how can they be implemented effectively?
That's a really good question. We're seeing a lot of emerging technologies right now, but for me, the most prevalent and effective that we could focus on right now is artificial intelligence, especially when we talk about mitigation, because it can process and learn data much faster than we can when used in a environmentally and socially conscious way. So when we're looking at naturally occurring disasters, like we could use AI to predict when those disasters are going to occur. When we're looking at a country's carbon footprint or our own individual carbon footprint, we can use AI to look at those finite, granular details of where we can cut and reduce. So I think AI is an emerging technology that we should use and be responsible about how we use it. And I think how we implement it effectively, we need a concerted effort of collaboration between the public-private sector and communities. We need policymakers to ensure that there's incentivization for research and development into using AI for climate change responses. We need to make sure that the regulations are up to date and, exist as well. And also make sure that distribution of technology is equitable.
Yes. So, thank you very much. All right. So I think at this point in time, what we'll do, we'll take some questions from the audience. See your hands already raised. 2 hands.
Hi, good day. Hi, my name is Stadian. I actually currently study a Bachelor of International and Sustainable Business, so this is very interesting to me. But besides studying an entire degree or doing a program about sustainability, where would you direct us as entrepreneurs to have like a first step towards being more climate inclusive and, sustainable?
Would you like a specific member of the panel to answer, or would you like them all to give you feedback? Okay, yeah. Free response, guys. The floor is yours.
Well, I guess I can go. So there are quite a number of things, of platforms and frameworks you can look at, especially around climate. But I also have to give a plug for the fact that we do live in the Caribbean, and in many cases, we tend to forget the nature conversation in conjunction with the climate discussion. So I think, while climate, of course, is extremely important and the great multiplier and all that, we have to pay also very close attention to things like biodiversity and nature loss. So there are things like the Capitals Coalition. So the Crabbe Foundation and Answer Merchant Bank run the Caribbean Natural Capital Hub, which is a space for private sector to incorporate nature-based reporting in relation to climate into their work. And there's a ton of guides if you look for Capitals Coalition online on how to integrate that type of reporting into your business. There's also the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is also a platform to help companies from small to large do climate reporting. And of course, there's a bunch of training and resources attached to that. And then finally, there's also, like an obscene amount of online e-learning options available, particularly on the practical parts about infusing climate net zero issues and stuff into your business. So especially if it's something just to kind of get you started, I would say have a look. Many of them are free, unless you want to pay for the certificate. So I would encourage you, but check out maybe those major platforms, as they also link you to resources and other online opportunities.
I also want to add there's 2 training academies, Advisors Next Door and Climate Analytics Caribbean. I think they also train climate youth activists. So it's kind of a good way to get training in this space.
Yes. Chandel.
And I'll just straight up plug what I do: energy assessment and an energy audit. See what your footprint is, see what your carbon footprint is, what your baseline is. And if you can do it better, do it better. And that's how you figure out net zero for yourself, at least.
Yes. Okay. Yes, another question from the audience. Do you have a mic? Yeah, right. Yes. Yes.
So I have a question. I noticed that you're talking about political will, introduction of renewable energy systems. Are you willing to pay for it? Because right now I'm trying to get the electricity rates up so I can pay for the economic cost of what I have now. Renewable energy systems like solar panels, they're coming down relative. But the thrust in the US was billions of dollars in incentives. I do not have money right now, but incentives for the introduction of renewable energy systems. So my question is, are you willing to pay for it? Because I can convince the politicians are ready to do it. Are you willing to pay for it? That's just my wrench I'm throwing into you.
Yeah.
Adding to that one? Wait. For next question?
Yeah, you guys have at it.
Yes. And is there a grid that could support the energy that I would sell back in?
No.
And is there a grid that could sell is there a good feed-in tariff if I make the energy myself?
Okay, so I know about all of this because I've been in the system. So The engineering has to be done and studied to make sure that when you feed the energy back into the system, I'll give you an integrated meter for that, that the transformer that is on your pole can actually handle the power that's putting it back in. Because right now it's sized to a particular amount of customers around in the area, maybe about 15 to 20. In some areas might be more, depending on the electricity usage. So it is not that you just put the solar panel on your house and then you pump the electricity back into the system. You blow up you will bring down the infrastructure. In addition to that, you could burn your house down. So we also have we've developed it. It has not been put out as yet, but there are interconnection standards that will have to be put out and make sure it's enforced so that it comes back down to, are you willing to pay for it until solar panel energy systems comes down to equal to or less than the current, what you call dirty generation. The other thing as well is you have to understand that in the dry season, it's fine, but it's only fine between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I still need fossil fuels or very expensive batteries to feed you in the night. And the peak period is between 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and in the morning from 5 a.m. to about 9 a.m. So it's not that we just I legislate tomorrow. Going green.
Yes.
There's costs involved for everybody.
Of course.
I think Sophia wanted that.
Yes.
I'll go first. I think I can speak for everybody on this panel here. I don't think any of us are advising any country in the world to stop using natural gas, stop using fossil fuels today and start using renewables tomorrow. I think an energy transition takes time. It takes time. Technology is changing every single day. I don't think we've reached our potential yet in what that could look for the world. And you're asking us whether we pay for it. I would say the cost of inaction is much higher.
Well, I think if I could also just add really quickly to that, I think government has a lot of responsibilities, obviously, and a lot on your plate. But I also don't think it's necessarily the best course of action to always defer things based on maybe the willingness of a population who might not necessarily understand the trade-offs well enough to make an informed decision. Because it's not, raising electricity prices is not bad mind. We're not doing this because we want to bring in a set of revenues, because it is a reality that we have to face. And I think that, we find money to do a lot of things. And I think if we hopefully take the responsible position of, again, having these conversations, again, with everybody, not just the people who have degrees or whatever, about transition and the need to transition, and as Sophia says, the cost of inaction. Because these, we all learn about non-renewable energy in primary school or whatever. They're going to run out. And if we find ourselves on the back foot, the cost that they would have to pay will be much more. So I think it is the responsibility of government to also do that type of education and responsible policy making so that the people catch up to the decisions that they have to make.
Yes.
All right, so Miguel, I know that climate change is definitely a conversation that we could go on and on for hours. I have one more question. Chandel and Isaiah could take this one. And maybe after the session, they could continue the conversation with you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's not really a question, more like information across the board. I am an AC technician, and I was part of a women's seminar pertaining to women in refrigeration. And one of the topics will be based upon the same energy consumption as well as eco-friendly products we are bringing into Trinidad and Tobago. What we have done so far, based upon the knowledge that I've gathered, is we have entered into the Kigali effect, where we have started to do the phase down of CFC gases and introduction of HCF gases, as well as we have done work on HADCO and ASRI compounds, where we have the hydrocarbons. Based upon those information, the energy consumption has drastically dropped and the efficiency has performed immensely because of the hydrocarbon due to the global warming and the effects of the HCFC gases upon global warming and the protection of the ozone layer. And that was underneath the government of Ministry of Planning and Rural Development. And I am one of the technicians that were fortunate to have free training with the Ministry of Energy and Chamber of Commerce, doing the information upon the different type of gases and the effects that it has within our Caribbean, as well as in the information part as well. I was fortunate as well to work alongside Miss Marissa, who is the person in charge. And what they are doing presently is giving information upon the refrigerants in your household and how to apply it properly when you are using those equipment within your kitchen area and stuff like that. And they are presently in the introduction of making sure that technicians are certified properly and know how to do the correct procedures in repairing such systems, as well as dealing with customers and giving out information to household persons is something that is very important. So it will come at a cost, yes, but based upon the information and based upon the same data collection, the customer will be more lenient to spend their money. Yes, it will be a little more costly at first, but the end result, when you are paying your light bill, it reduces immensely. And that's just some information I said I would like to present.
Thank you very much. Well, I think at this time, we'd just like to thank our panelists for their time and thank the audience as well for listening. And so, Laura, I'll hand it back over to you.
I mean, we have just 2 minutes. So Chandel and Isaiah have 1 minute each.
Right, sure. Go ahead. To wrap up on thoughts and share.
Okay, my whole throwback to this thing with solar and everything. I know it's not like regionally solar, all these renewable energy isn't cost effective to the majority of our population. So I advocate for community initiatives. Put solar panels on churches, put solar panels on community centers, put solar panels on schools. So this is where people get access to it and are part of it, but they don't necessarily have to be part of the cost of it, and it still benefits community. So microgrids, that's where I start with. So you said, are we willing to bear the cost? I think individually we can't, but communities we can. So that's what I was wanting to say. Communities is the only. Thanks.
Very good response. Thank you, Chandel. Yes,
I agree with what Chandel said with putting solar panels on schools and integrating green architecture into our schools, because not only would you be educating young people on these systems, but they would be more likely to integrate these sustainable habits into their lifestyle. And to what you said with, are you willing to pay for it? I think that if a population is brought to a level where they can afford the means to pay for it, more time and time again, they will choose to pay for it. It's about the population having the means to pay for it.
Yeah. Very good response. Thank you very much, guys, for those excellent closing remarks. Yes.
Thank you all so much. And Isaiah, you represented your school, the Red Cross, everybody very well. So now you could exhale. Right? So you're good. And you can talk to Miguel after if you want to be a physicist. All right. So we are winding down. I want to say, a special thank you again for those of you who stayed till the end in person as well as online with us via our YouTube live stream. Our final panel this evening closes with a topic that I think more youth should be getting involved in. As Isaiah mentioned, you are our future innovators as well as our present innovators. This panel discussion is focused around the theme, revolutionizing tourism in the Caribbean. First on our panel, we have Ms. Siddiqa Mondal from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Ms. Siddiqa is a tourism advisor at the Ministry of Tourism with over 10 years experience in tourism policy development. She's responsible for providing technical advice for the development of strategic and sustainable policies, namely in the development of an ecotourism sub-policy and recommendations for niche-based tourism products to guide the growth of a robust and resilient tourism sector in Trinidad and Tobago. She has significant level of experience and expertise in the areas of sustainable tourism and environmental practices, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, and niche-based product development for tourism sites and attractions. Ms. Mondal has represented the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts at several international conferences, cabinet-appointed committees, and national juries in Trinidad and Tobago to provide recommendations and technical advice on developments of the tourism sector, ecotourism, and topics connecting the green economy to sustainable tourism. These communities include the Adopter River Steering Committee, Improving Forest and Protected Areas Management Subcommittee of the Matura Forest and Coastal Zone Pilot Protected Area, and currently the Blue Flag and Green Key National Juries for the Blue Flag and Green Key programs for Trinidad and Tobago, the recently reconstituted National Sea Turtle Task Force. Let's welcome Ms. Siddiqa. And next on the panel, we have Stephen Shepard. Stephen Shepard is a widely experienced human resource and customer service professional with deep expertise in the telecommunications, hospitality, and tertiary education fields. He is the retired Chief Executive Officer of the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute. Stephen's qualifications include a Doctor of Education in Higher Education Leadership, a Master of Science in Customer Service Management, an Executive Master's in Business Administration, amongst many other accolades under his belt. Let's welcome Mr. Shepard. And next on our panel, we have Ariane Ningfong, a co-owner of Play Hooky 868, which Ariane actually started her career as a mechanical engineer in the oil and gas industry. With the closure of the refinery, a pivot was made to the tourism industry. Under Play Hooky 868, these services include private cruises, private events, corporate retreats, and house rentals down the islands, Trinidad. Ariane has been in the tourism industry for 5 years with her husband Neil, who's also here with us. She also has 17 years engineering and field experience. Let's welcome Ariane. And to round up our panel today is Camille Gajida. Camille is an International Relations Officer at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs with more than 12 years experience in the Foreign Service. Food, however, is her love language and a passion of hers. That passion led her to becoming a food fanatic, to which she created a food blog called Food Fanatic TT. So y'all could go follow everybody just now, right? On social media. Food blogging through social media has allowed her to connect and build a community with persons online and other food lovers of over 7 years. So let's welcome Camille. Now, we know that tourism and revolutionizing tourism is not just a Trinidad and Tobago affair. We are the Caribbean, we're small, but we can make an impact together. So, chairing our panel today is our moderator, Shauna Todd from the Institute of Law and Economics in Jamaica. Shauna, welcome.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, welcome to the final panel discussion. I hope to learn as much as I know you all will learn. So we're revolutionizing tourism in the Caribbean. And as Laura just said, it's not just a TNT factor, it's also a regional factor. So my first question is to Irene. Ariane, sorry. What are the latest trends shaping tourism in the Caribbean, and how have travelers' preferences changed in recent years?
So the first thing that I'd like to say is that I am the baby out of everybody with 5 years experience. So looking at our experience with Play Hooky 868, with 5 years, we have gone through the pandemic. So post-pandemic now, there are lots of emerging trends. And there have been changes in how persons have been purchasing and what they're looking for. One of the things I actually wanted to start with is ecotourism, which I'm sure will be spoken about again, which is that you're looking at sustainable practices, sustainable tourism. Now, an example of this is that as a scuba, by the way, myself and my husband, we are both scuba divers. So one of the things, of course, is the coral reefs and rebuilding of the coral reefs. And divers actually travel the world to assist with this. And we actually have this happening in Tobago right now in Charlottesville. Another trend we have is local experience immersion. When tourists come, they don't want to just be bandied about and say, well, you're in the Caribbean. They want to experience what it is that I experience. An example of this is that we had a group from Amsterdam. We provided food and drinks to them. This was by accident, by the way. And my husband walked with a whole bunch of coconuts on the boat. And they were like, what is that? We're like, this is where coconut water comes from. They never saw coconuts in their life. And he cut the coconuts open for them. They drank it. And they were so amazed by this experience that they took so many pictures and they continued to talk about it. Another thing, so I do have a list. I'm trying to be as short as possible because I know it's the end.
Fine, that's fine.
So alignment of values. So especially for the youths there, I know it's the last, I know you're all at the end, but you all are on TikTok, right? Yes, you all know about cancel culture? Right. Cancel culture is basically saying that my values don't align with these values. So this is why you have something called cancel culture. And it's something that we need to be aware about. When somebody is buying a service from you, when they're researching you, they want to know who you are. They want to know what you stand for. They want to know what you stand against. I mean, recently we have had a few examples in Trinidad where persons have made comments, it's reached onto social media and they have been cancelled. There has been outrage there. And we need to be aware of how we come across on social media. We need to be aware of what we are portraying. We need to be aware of the values that we are putting out there. Something that is coming up quite recently is price sensitivity. Everybody wants a bargain. So Black Friday is coming up. By the way, we have a sale coming up. Not just pitching, right? But yes, today's Black Friday, but we have it for the whole year. You know, we want to be better than everybody else. Purchasers, clients, they are looking for a deal. They want to know when I've spent my money, I am getting value for it. And value is not necessarily cheaper, but value means that I'm getting something more, or I'm getting something that I think is going to fulfill me, that is worth my money. And the last thing is experience tourism. So this is where you're going to pay money and you want to have this once in a lifetime experience. So I'm going to sell out Kariri a little bit. So Kariri actually did a corporate day with us. And we did food, we did massages, they came by a house down the islands, they spent a luxurious day there. And people want what they can't get in normal life. And sometimes it's a little more adventurous. It might be something like scuba, paragliding, you know, different experiences. So these are the things that I am seeing as emerging trends and what people are looking for.
Thank you so much. And I hear you about the sustainable tourism, and of course people wanting a bargain for their money, because I would definitely want so. So just going into the next question, and this one is for Sadika. How can Caribbean destinations balance tourism growth with environmental sustainability, and what best practices can be implemented?
Good afternoon, everyone. With regards to this particular question, it's a very interesting one given the current dynamic arising from the whole entire issue of climate change and the need for environmental sustainability and how it impacts the tourism sector, not just locally, but also regionally. In terms of the tourism sector, both for Trinidad and Tobago, as well as for the Caribbean region, there are a lot of initiatives that need to be adopted from within or government at the national level, the private sector level, as it relates of adoption of environmental and sustainable programs, such as programs like Blue Flag, Green Key, Earth Check, Green Globe. That these sort of programs, they bring about greater awareness in terms of what are some of the sustainable tourism initiatives that should be adopted within the tourism sector and within the value chain. So in terms of, say, the accommodation sector, food and beverage, tour operators, local suppliers. In addition, generating greater awareness with regards to policies, how policies are developed, because you want to look at tourism growth, but also maintaining environmental sustainability of the assets that reside within countries and within tourism destinations across the region. Legislation is a huge player that comes into place to ensure that there's enforcement of all of the different policies and practices that are implemented by governments. And of course, education and awareness. That's critical. I mean, most of us, we've traveled to the US or across in Europe. And when you go to a destination, you go shopping, for example, you're encouraged to walk with your own bags. Because if you purchase plastics, they eventually end up into the oceans, and that has an impact on the marine life as well as coastal areas across those destinations where they have very sensitive species that exist. I mean, coral reefs were touched on, and of course, across the entire globe, coral reefs is one of the most affected marine resources currently struggling to survive, basically, but there are certain nature-based solutions that have been put in place. So in the local context with regards to maintaining environmental sustainability by encouraging that growth in tourism, for the accommodation sector, you want to encourage your accommodation to engage more sustainable practices. These sustainable practices might be adoption of, say, solar panels, or maybe installing electric charging ports to encourage more electric use of vehicles, having some sort of water conservation program that teaches persons how to utilize the water within your hotel rooms, when to submit their laundry to the persons, the housekeeping, when they have to submit them to the laundry service. So that way you minimize water being wasted. Growing local or supporting local suppliers. Hilton is a really good example. Hyatt as well. They grow their own food. So they have their own salad greens, their own peppers, their other vegetable crops that they grow. And they utilize these crops within the food and beverages that are basically prepared for guests at hotels for events like these. In terms of the food and beverage sector, you might want to encourage persons to utilize biodegradable packaging. Biodegradable packaging comes in a wealth of different materials, such as sugarcane, derivatives such as bagasse, even molasses, and of course, other types of materials for biodegradable packaging. Tourism events and festivals that are synonymous across the region, of course. You try to encourage event promoters to utilize those biodegradable packaging, but also to have some sort of environmental sustainability program built into their events so they generate awareness. So we know that we have Christmas season coming up, but in addition, we have Carnival. That's going to be something that's going to be bringing a lot of visitors to Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, there's a lot of waste being generated. So it's something that we want to encourage event promoters to utilize in terms of biodegradable packaging, conserving some of the water that is utilized for some of the event paraders, as well as other persons who are participating in the events. And I don't want to take up any more time, but of course, trying to utilize local suppliers, that is something that is really emphasized in terms of how you engage your communities and work with your communities. Because visitors, they want authentic experiences. Because overall, we're looking at more sustainable tourism, but that also means responsible tourism as well.
Right. Thank you. That was a good response. Great response. Thank you for that one. So I'm going to head into my next question, and I'm back over to you, Irene. Ariane, sorry. In what ways is technology transforming the tourism experience in the Caribbean, and how can it be leveraged to enhance visitor satisfaction?
So I think this topic was actually touched upon many times today on different panels, because the digital world is where we need to head as Caribbean people. I did jot down a few points, like a fully automated booking process. I know this sounds like this is not a trend, but it's not something that we fully have, that it's very common in the Caribbean, where you can just go online and stay on one page and make a booking. Sometimes it involves sending an email, sometimes it involves talking to somebody. And fortunately or unfortunately, because we are in a post-pandemic world, we have become accustomed to not dealing with people, and we would like to continue that trend. So because of that, the fully automated process actually makes it easier for people to book, and it encourages people to book, because now you actually feel like, I feel comfortable, everything is online, all the information is online. Now, another one is AI chatbots. Now, this is a problem. So let me give you an example. When people message us on our page or on the phone or wherever it is, if we don't respond right away, the longer we take to respond, the longer it takes to lock in a booking, correct? So when you have an AI chatbot now, you have something that is going to answer right away. It's going to give information right away. It's 24/7. And you can also program it to do cross-selling or upselling. So then you can add options, and it actually could enhance your business, or it could enhance what you're doing. So I know this was touched upon, I'm just briefly stating it, but using collected data to understand who are your customers, understand what are your seasons, and understand how to deal with it. For example, I'm just using myself as an example. Carnival is our season. Nobody could come for Carnival and ask for a discount, because that is Ash Wednesday is the day that everybody is going down the islands. So that's the day, that's our highest price. You either pay it or you don't come, right? And this is something that when you're in your industry now, the more you operate it, the more data you're going to have, and the more that you're going to understand how your seasons operate, when you need to maybe have some sales, when you maybe need to have some downtime, and when you can do maintenance activities, or when you need to really ramp up what is happening. And just to note, because we're in post-pandemic, the trends, we are now relearning the trends. So we're now in the process of learning what it is. Augmented reality is something. You all know what Pokemon Go is? Right, that's augmented reality. That's where you could take your phone and just point it. So I don't know if we will reach this point. I don't know what is involved, honestly, to make it happen, but it's where you can point your phone and say, hey, there's a restaurant here. Oh, hey, this is somewhere that we need to visit, because it now makes the whole of Caribbean accessible for a visitor who has no idea or no history. They just literally find themselves there and they're looking for information, so it makes it more accessible for them. And the last thing I want to touch upon is something called Internet of Things. So this is where everything you have is connected to your phone. So you can control all your devices with a smartphone. So for example, you probably already have this in your house. You can control your air conditioner, you could start your coffee machine. What else can you do? Maybe check if your lights are on, check what the usage is, brighten it, darken it. So these are things that if you give this to your customer, especially like in rentals and hotels, it's going to make them feel like they have more control of it, one. Two, it also offers you and this is a problem that we have rentals. And sometimes the customer would leave the air conditioner on and we wouldn't realize until maybe 24 hours after. And that's like, but now we changed it. We actually put a controller. So now we could look on our phones and say, hey, air conditioner running, switch it off. So it also leads to energy savings, and also being from an engineering background, we practice reliability. So you can use these things to determine if you need to change out something, because when you're providing a service to a tourist, you don't want to be in a position where you can't provide it because you have a breakdown situation. And if you practice maintenance and you look at your running hours, you can obviously say, well, okay, I need to change this out because it's reaching the hours, just to make sure that I have good reliability. So these are some of the, just touching upon the technology, because I know it was really looked at in greater detail before.
Thank you for that one. And I hear the technology is coming out throughout all of the responses. So I'm going to head back over to Sadiqa. This question posed to you. How can Caribbean nations promote and preserve their unique cultures and heritage in the face of increasing tourism?
Okay, that's another really good question. I would start at the national level and then I would go into the promotion part of it. In terms of our culture and heritage assets that reside, not just, like I said, in Trinidad and Tobago, because we have quite an abundance of cultural and heritage assets given the rich diversity of our culture and our people in Trinidad and Tobago, but also within the Caribbean region. Of course, protecting and preserving our cultural assets is also very important. Again, and I would mention the whole impact of climate change because it tries to create an opportunity for us to take greater consideration into maintaining our tangible and intangible culture and heritage assets. So this is where, again, at the national level, you look at your policies and you look at your legislation and conventions. In terms of the policies, we have a national cultural policy. This particular policy, it places several, much emphasis then I should say, by identifying numerous strategic objectives aligned to preserving and protecting our culture and heritage assets. In addition, we have the National Tourism Policy, as well as a draft community-based tourism policy and a draft ecotourism policy. And all of these policies at the national level advocate for the preservation as well as the promotion and protection of our culture and heritage assets. Of course, working with communities and collaborating with indigenous communities is also very important as it relates to the preservation and promotion of our culture and heritage assets. In addition, you have a lot of tourism events and festivals that basically utilize our events and, well, not events, the cultural assets then to promote what reside within those communities. So like say, for example, in the case of Tobago, you have the Tobago Heritage Festivals. Everyone's familiar with Blue Food. In the case of Trinidad, we have, of course, certain cultural heritage sites. We have different festivals and celebrations. And this is where tourism, with regards to the implementation arm of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Arts, we have Tourism Trinidad Limited. Their role is to market, and this is where the promotion part comes in. We have social media. We kind of mentioned some of the platforms, I guess, earlier in the previous sessions, but you have your TikTok videos, you have your Instagram, your YouTube, and this is where visitors, when they travel to your destination, it allows them an opportunity to promote their experiences, especially authentic experiences that do not leave any sort of detrimental impact on the communities. So you preserve any cultural assets that reside within those areas. In addition, of course, you have your destination website. So each of the different Caribbean islands within the region, they have their own destination websites. And this is also a platform where you can identify certain communities, identify what are some of the built heritage that exists, where it could be a church, a mosque, a temple, maybe a museum, a statue, etc. It could be something natural as well, a waterfall or a hiking trail that's featured within the website, as well as how you work with your communities, your indigenous communities, whether it's capacity building, etc., and use that as a platform to promote those aspects or elements to persons who are interested in those types of experiences. And of course, in terms of the Caribbean region, at least at the national level, most of us, we are invited to participate in several trade shows and expos that you basically acts as a platform to elevate your culture and heritage assets to the wider world then. So we know in the Caribbean, our main source markets come from the USA, Canada, UK, Europe, etc. And so this is an opportunity to use these travel markets like World Travel Market in London, or some of the expos. We have Expo 2025, which is coming up in Osaka, Japan. And these are basically opportunities to help promote the culture and heritage assets that reside within the destinations or within the islands in the Caribbean region. And earlier I would have mentioned conventions. So there are several UN conventions in the case of Trinidad and Tobago that we are a signatory to. And by being a signatory to these conventions, we are obligated then to adhere to some of the mandates that are
stipulated within. And of course, in terms of preserving our culture and heritage assets, this is where execution of those conventions are basically enabled, not just by the ministry, but also by different agencies that exist. And this is where you need to facilitate a participatory approach with communities so that governments and communities can work together in order to enable and foster and ensure, in terms of future generations to come, that there are cultural assets and heritage assets that reside within the destinations and in communities for persons to enjoy.
Awesome, awesome. So looking at it from a community base and also a national base, so we can all have access to platforms that we can showcase or tourism and what we are and what we have to offer.
Yes.
Awesome. So moving on to the next question, I have Camille. How can the Caribbean diversify its tourism offerings to create more resilient economies?
Well, being a food blogger, I will say one of the things that we can utilize is our food. No matter where I go in the world, our food is unique. And one of the things that we really need to push is food tourism, or whether I don't even think that Trinidad and Tobago has a large enough food festival. In case of, like, I'm just going to use the example of the food and the ramen festival in Barbados. But for instance, Mark Wiens came down and his videos, I'm sure, I don't know if anybody saw, let's just say by a yes, anyone saw the videos by Mark Wiens? Right. When you look at Mark Wiens' video, I was actually featured on some of those videos, and Mark actually used the tag Indian food that you cannot find in India. And I actually had to describe it at time to someone from Latin America. It's like, you're kind of eating Caribbean curry. And she laughed at me and she's like, no, our food is way different. And then we have potentials. I'm going to use another food blogger's example where they have generated in indigenous, villages, tourism there. So Foodie Tales with Zach, he has food tours that goes to Toko. And by that, he uses small and medium and entrepreneurs, and going by pineapple. So people will come and, like you say, they want an experience or a form of escapism. And Trinidadians themselves could be their own tourists in their own island where they don't even know some parts of Trinidad and Tobago. So you want to be resilient, start by looking at tourism, food tourism, and even local tourism, and going into, communities where people have never gone before. Because let me tell you, the power of social media and the power of sometimes a food blogger. I'm sure persons are familiar with duckies. We've even had duckies in Mearu. Are you all familiar with that? Do you know how the story behind duckies? Duckies actually was just a fisherman. He had a little shack. And another food blogger, Taste of Trini, and while others went eventually, she went and she featured how he took lobster. And this is something I didn't even know, because for me, when I had lobster, I was always thinking lobster in a restaurant. But he actually went and caught this lobster and literally cooked it right. So it was like a seat-to-table experience. And we need to change the marketing. Make it sound nice, seat-to-table. And I'm sure people will be like, ooh, I want to go and try that seat-to-table. As a result of that one food blogger, Duckies blew up. And as a result of Duckies, he couldn't handle the crowd of persons. So he didn't have the infrastructure. So eventually he had his own shed, but he had a little shack. That's to tell you how the power of social media using this person blowing him up. And then as a result, other businesses like blew up in Mearu, and persons went to Mearu for fish. They literally drew from South to Sangre Grande, from even Port of Spain to go and experience. So I say there's a power in our food. And it is unique. And not just Trinidad and Tobago, but Barbados, each island has its own unique food that could entice other persons. Because as my friend here, she was saying with the coconut, there were actually, I think it was another blogger, I think Trini Surfer, he had Costa Ricans, and they have coconut, and they literally said, our coconuts bypass their coconuts, like the taste, the flavor. And we might think like, oh, it's just a coconut. But for them, that's an experience. So it's like experiential, like tourism, or form of escapism. It's something different from their reality.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I'm going to also ask Mr. Shepherd if you'd like to just elaborate or add to.
Yeah.
Yes.
We generally think tourist is a white person coming on a plane to Trinidad and Tobago. There's need for community tourism. There's need for local tourism. And I keep saying, if we treat each other well, the world will know us in Trinidad and Tobago, they treat themselves well. Let us go there to be treated well. So I really want to support that point in it.
I actually want to add to it too,
Yeah.
because many times when I'm just a blogger, my point is just to sometimes feature what my island have. And I'm going to give you a colloquial term. Sometimes I feel like Trinidad and Tobago is a pretty girl that don't know she's pretty. Or she don't know what, how good looking she can truly be. And then persons will ask me, well, Camille, do you do tours? And I'm like, no, I actually have a Monday to Friday that's quite demanding. But another avenue of persons who always message me is diaspora, because people want, they live abroad, they've moved abroad and they come back and they want, oh my God, what, I didn't even realize Trinidad have this. And I'm like, do you know how many things Trinidad and Tobago has to offer? And even not just carnival, I want to just move us away from just the carnival. We have heritage. How many persons have gone to Nelson Island, just to learn about how first times there were Jews coming in, who was in prison on Nelson Island. There's heritage. We have more adventure, eco. There's so many things we have to offer.
Yeah, I just want to add to that too, that this country is probably, with all due respect to Jamaica, is probably the most exciting island in the Caribbean, but we and all don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, whenever I'm anywhere in the world, where are you from, Trinidad and Tobago? Where in Jamaica is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? But Jamaica did an extremely good job about marketing that country.
Yeah.
We have not. Okay? So we have a lot of work to do.
I'm saying yes into the mic for that. Yes, we need to market.
Definitely. Thank you for that contribution. Now, my final question, I'm back to you again, Camille.
Yeah.
What innovative marketing strategies can Caribbean destinations use to attract new segment of travelers?
Okay, so I know I don't know if anybody put this different spin on it. We talked about social media, but I'm going to call it the digital environment. And let us be real, we all have a phone in our hands. We all own a phone, but we really need to utilize how we use this in digital environment. So social media, understand your audience. One is how you're going to have to market. Facebook, older persons. Plain talk, bad manners is always an older generation that's on Facebook. Instagram, millennials. TikTok, Gen Z, or the youths. I'll be honest, you really need to break down your audience and who you're going to actually target. And then not only that, I think you also need to realize how important there's long platforms. So there's YouTube. And those are where people could actually, some persons want to experience YouTube. You could have up to an hour and persons are willing to watch that. Whereas TikTok is quicker and it's faster. So you could have like a video up for 30 seconds. And the average span is that you have to look at 30 seconds videos. I'll give you an example. I don't know if anybody have ever watched like some of these videos of Amalfi or Italy, and they make Amalfi look so exotic, and Positano. Anybody features the fact that these beaches that in Amalfi and Positano are stone beaches, not even out of sand. They have romanticized. We need to romanticize the Caribbean, let's be real. Because when I've been to Amalfi and Positano, nobody talks about the stairs. And you'll be huffing and puffing. And that you actually have to climb. Whereas in the Caribbean, we have beautiful beaches. I mean, not Trinidad and Tobago. So much, I don't want to bad talk Trinidad. But Tobago, let's be real, Tobago beaches.
Down the islands, I'm just putting it.
Tobago, I drive a beach. I drive a next beach. I drive another beach. And actually, a Bahamian foreign minister once told me this. He's like, why we had to go through a mountain to get to the beach? And I was like, that's the beauty of Trinidad and Tobago.
But the TikTok, just building on that, because I had it here. You all know the song When the Water is So Blue, and Jamaica was the country that came up. I saw that video so many times, I almost booked a ticket to Jamaica. And we need to reach that point with Trinidad, where we have Trinidad on the platform where people are like, I'm coming there. That looks gorgeous. It looks different. Just building on her point.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Shepherd, just to add, would you like to add?
The thing is, you had asked initially about the Caribbean and what different, and we need to market the Caribbean as a place, as opposed to Tobago or Trinidad and Tobago or Barbados or St. Lucia, because each individual island is so small, and the budgets are so small, but combined, when you have a number of international airports, You land in any one of them, and the Caribbean is your home, from Jamaica to Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago. If we do that combined, our marketing spend will go much further per capita than if each individual island tries to do it on his or her own. So that's what I want to push for.
Right.
But the downside sometimes when you can't market the Caribbean is the infrastructure to move between the islands, because I know persons they want to leave Trinidad and Tobago and they want to go Grenada, and actually knew somebody who island hopped, but she said it was very difficult for her to actually island hop, or there's like not a ferry system that takes persons, because bet your bottom dollar if like their ferry, even Trinidad and Tobago nationals would go up the islands, which we always do. But one of the downfalls is that we don't have a good inter-island, transport system.
All right. And we're at the end of our questions, and I'm going to hand it over to the audience, see if anyone wants to ask a question. All right, we have one question. Oh, are you willing to project your voice or?
Just now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay, go ahead, lecturer.
Within we have entrepreneurship. What I've seen coming out from the cost that is that they all become tourism and tour operators because of the entrepreneurship in it. There are things that I've seen children like this. We have romantic tourism. You know that?
Romantic tour.
Very different. Daily speaking. Later on carpet in the botanical gardens. Stand there to help you out and say, young people. We have people that have created culinary tools coming out right now. But all of these people have developed their own business because of entrepreneurship within the group. Time to put in will complete every program entrepreneurship. I'm also saying I agree that we have a very amazing country. You know what we are wrong with? We only know the negative things about us.
Great, yeah.
I do not believe in failure. There's no such thing as failure. If you have learned from it, it is positive and cannot be failure. And for me, that was where we are. And we need to speak up and say, shut up if you're going to speak negative.
See that again.
All right. Thank you so much. Next time we have to put Miss Catherine on the panel. So we have LaFleur has a question.
More of a suggestion. I think that we limit what tourism means because we look at our beaches, we look at our foods, but we also have people coming into the country for medical tourism, for medical reasons, for business, right? Sport tourism. So can we look at in future or as an innovative process to tap these aspects in our tourism?
So I will tell you, there are more than 100 reasons why people should want to come to Trinidad. We have never listed them. A couple of years ago, a guy told me Trinidad has no reason for anybody to come. When I started listing them, he just became quiet. Same point, they're talking negative. Tobago has not as many as Trinidad, but plenty. So combined, probably 150 solid reasons for people to visit this country. We just have not developed them.
So just to build upon that, we actually have yachts that come into Trinidad during the hurricane season and they come to do repairs. And we actually have a booming marine industry that brings in tourists. They come for a few days, but we are well known as a hub where they can get repairs done.
Because of the safety.
All right. So we have a next question.
Okay.
Oh, good afternoon to everyone. An excellent panel contribution. I want to ask, how do we get, it's a two-part question. One, do you think the youth are involved enough within the tourism industry and sector? And two, how do we get the youth more involved into that sector?
I'll jump in there quickly, and then we need to reestablish or have a much bigger tourism training industry in Trinidad. Happy to hear Costat has some tourism. When TTHI closed in August, that was devastating. So I hope Costat could fill that space, miss, or somebody needs to fill it. If you do that, and with what I heard there, we will have the youth involved. Tourism requires training. Jamaica has about 5 community colleges, and 5. I know them. Right? And that's why, one of the reasons why Jamaica is so good. We need the training.
Just to add to what Dr. Shepherd mentioned, Dr. Shepherd spoke mainly from the tertiary side. But in addition, I would just like to speak on the secondary school side. One of the issues that we have is that not many high schools pursue tourism as one of the choices for their A levels, or maybe even looking at it as a potential opportunity for generating revenue and entrepreneurship. But there are a lot of other schools that see the potential from having tourism businesses and engaging in tourism activities, because at least throughout the entire discussion, there's a wealth of facets that reside in Trinidad and Tobago, and most people are completely unaware as to how many hiking trails, waterfalls, bird watching activities, turtle watching activities that exist in both destinations on the whole. And within the secondary schools, there are tourism clubs that exist. So many schools might have, say, an environmental club. So some schools, they have a tourism club. And this is really a good opportunity for students to actually be a part of these clubs and to learn a bit more of what are some of the tourism assets that reside within their country, to learn a little bit more about what Trinidad and Tobago has to offer, not only to them, but also to the wider generation. There's a lot of training programs, of course, in terms of the comparison of Trinidad and Tobago to Jamaica in terms of the number of schools, but it's also an opportunity to create an avenue for new training programs as well, so that the youth will be involved. At the CTO level, they have a junior minister program for different member states. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago, we've had representatives, not only from Trinidad, but also from Tobago. And Tobago, they have been successful at actually becoming the junior minister of tourism, not this year, but I think was the year before. And they did an excellent job at it in terms of promoting the tourism assets that reside in both islands. So these are opportunities that the youth can get involved in. Also, to take tours across the destination so that you'll be able to be a little bit more aware, as well as educate others onto what are some of the good and the nice things about the destination and stuff that could be shared within, a wider generation. Of course, going back to the whole social media and using social media as a platform to promote some of the assets within the country.
One of the points I just want to add, you talk about the loss of, UTT, but from the food side, TTHTI also, that was a big loss because where they're learning hospitality. And one of the things we need to also look at with youths is training in customer service, because the tourists, how to put it, when you go to a country, when you land, who's the first person that greets you? The driver that takes you from the airport to even the destination. And that could be he's part of the whole tourist company, but where are they getting that, customer service or even hospitality training or anything along that line? So that's a gap that, we're suffering from.
Certified, the police is the people. So Jamaica is serious.
Yeah, agreed. And it's a conversation, literally, when I was invited to this and I heard that it's for youth. I'm like, okay, so can we get them working with us? And there is a gap because when people come to us, when tourists come to us, when you have a young person, so Neil's daughter works with us, she's 24 years old. They love her. The tourists love young people. Y'all are fresh. Y'all come with something new. Y'all have more energy than any of us have here. So you're going to bring something new to the table. And what I am asking for is collaboration to bring more youths into the industry so we could have that fresh face. I'm not saying they're old, but we need younger faces. We need young energy. Y'all have more energy. Y'all are so exuberant. It's something you don't even know that you have. So I really hope that maybe coming from this, we can have a collaboration to fill this gap and really bring in more youths.
So you said collaboration, and I would ask collaboration how in terms of the customer service training? Because on that, there was a big event recently, and a taxi driver from a company was supposed to pick up a high-ranking official at 8 a.m. At 8 a.m., the driver was now leaving Port of Spain, and the person had to stand there. His colleague's transportation came, they picked up the other officials, left, they got to Bricks, and he's still there. And if that's your first impression when you enter the country, you're going to be like, well, what am I in for? So when you speak about collaboration in terms of getting the young people involved, how?
Well, as Catherine rightfully put it, with CoStart, they have different training programs, and this is where we need to go. And with youth now, I think we also need to understand that, hey, maybe they don't not necessarily have the finances to pay for it, even though they'd want to be involved. And by collaboration, I mean money. I'm going to put it very plain. We need money injected so that the youths can come into this because they may not have the finances available to them. And education is power. Any education is power.
In addition, I would also like to add, in terms of the ministry, and this goes back to the whole topic of collaboration and even partnership as well. At the ministry, we have a community-based tourism enterprise initiative that Right. So that one was held in the community of Beauséjour in Diego Martin, but there were several others that would have been held in the communities of Lopino. We did one with some communities in the Couva, Tabaquite, El Paro region, and we also did one in Paramin. Now, this is not a project that's going to just stop with Beauséjour. It will continue with some other communities like Siparia, Maruga, Labrie, Toku. And within all of these different communities, there are the youth aspect that are involved in some of the initiatives and projects that reside within those different communities as well. And they are also invited to be part of the project because a lot of them, they want to learn more about what is community-based tourism, what they can do to generate revenue through economic development, but also what they can do in terms of sustainable development. And this particular project is a great initiative to sort of engage participants and provide them with the necessary tools that they can use to develop their community-based tourism assets, as well as young persons who are seeking to enter into tourism as well. And in addition, there are numerous careers for young persons emerging from university to possibly pursue as it relates to the tourism sector, because there are jobs directly related to the tourism sector, but there are also jobs indirectly related to the tourism sector. I mean, I could use myself as an example. I don't have a degree in tourism. My background is in environment, but I contribute to the tourism sector by speaking about environmental initiatives and environmental programs that basically coexist and work together with developing the tourism sector in a sustainable manner. In terms of, say, the CBT I mentioned, there are other communities that we are engaging. And one of the things that we try to encourage as well is to allow the communities to bring some of the products that they have with them or that they have developed to sort of bring it to these sessions so that different persons within the community could at least be aware as to what are some of the different products, stores, and possible areas for partnership as well. So persons can work together to package their experiences to visitors, both locals, members of the diaspora, as well as foreign persons coming to the destination.
All right, thank you so much. So we have one last question from this young man here, and then we'll close the panel.
Yes, hello. I'm Jonathan Seeley. I am from QRC, and I have a question pertaining to the tourism. I want to know what is your opinion on tying in agriculture into tourism? Because as you were talking about before, with people from the Netherlands coming to the country and now seeing where coconut water comes from coconuts, and from different people coming and now seeing and tasting different things here. I want to know what is your opinion on whether or not we should tie in agriculture.
So one of my fastest growing videos on TikTok is actually me visiting a dragon fruit farm. And we go away and we do strawberry picking and we do apple picking, but there's a potential for person. So when I did that dragon fruit, like literally me just going and picking a dragon fruit, people were like, wow, we have this in Trinidad. And I'm like, yeah, you just have to drive to Penal. They were amazed at how you could literally pick a dragon fruit, because about for at least 2-3 years, especially in the pandemic, dragon fruit was a big reach and it's also very expensive. There are even, like, I didn't even know, like in Tableland, there are actually pineapple farms and people would actually want to go and visit pineapple farms, or even people are interested in agriculture, and we just need to really utilize it to bring in persons. And that's why you need marketing, and maybe, yes, I know we've probably said this so many times, but you have to use social media, because I got 100,000 views on literally me just going as a simple food blogger on TikTok to just pick a dragon fruit, and people were amazed and they didn't even know. Like persons in the area were like, wow, I didn't even realize you could do that. And I was like, you need to market it. And even pineapple or any other, like you could go to a coconut farm and drink a fresh coconut. And there, I think Eat a Food did this, where there is actually a mango farm. I'm not sure if anybody is aware of this mango farm that's in Manzan Miaro. Yeah, there's a mango farm, and he actually has, first, we only know sometimes in Trinidad and Tobago Julian starch, but we actually have about 75 or more than 75 variety of mangoes. And persons would love, especially at local tourists, well, not tourists, but basically local Trinidadians would love to know about it, as well as tourists, because we in Trinidad and Tobago have so much to give in the agriculture, industry that could feed into the food tourism aspect.
So, let me put a macroeconomic spin to that. In June of 2023, Jamaica had already welcomed 1 million visitors to Jamaica. So imagine Jamaica's population is like 2.4 million, right?
Right now.
In 6 months, you had an additional 1 million. Who feeding them? Over to you, ma'am.
So just to tell you, yes, about agriculture, you have just described my husband's dream. But the flip side of it, because we did that whole dragon fruit thing, we started it, and it's labor intensive. It requires a lot of money. When the bushfires came, everything burned down. And we have to understand that agriculture is not just a man standing up with a shovel digging a hole. We need to put money into it. You need to mechanize it. So that's a fantastic idea. But again, money, it tends to be the issue, because you need to pump money into it to get it where you need it to be in order for it to be a tourist attraction. But it's an absolutely amazing idea. It's something that I think that we could just do in Trinidad, and it will be something that tourists will flock to. It's something that is really, Neil is telling you, that's Neil's dream. He tells me how long he wants to do that.
Back home, there is something they call agro-tourism in Jamaica. And we see it a lot happen with the Appleton farms or the True Juice farms that we have back home. So to tie both, it would be good for a lot of the farms here to start that agro-tourism, to give tours of their farms and give knowledge on what it is that they
And
offer.
people love it. They love these videos. And the only thing that I know, the flip side of it, and I'm telling you, because sometimes I do blow up a place, and whenever I blow up a place, sorry, not actual physically blowing up a place, is that I would love, because of the video and how many persons have viewed it, they will go and they won't have the capacity to actually receive the volume of people going. And you see it sometimes when persons will be like, oh, we need to go to this place. A perfect example is, I'm proud from being in the East, and I will always say the East always lacked restaurants, and East people will go all over Trinidad and Tobago, South, Port of Spain, Central, for food. And I actually blew up a little restaurant called Inoki in Tacarigua, where Flo used to be. And I'm sure persons weren't aware it had a restaurant there, but she's like, coming from your video, I was booked out. And that's why I say use your marketing strategies, whether it's social media, and you'll be surprised how many persons are actually interested.
All right, so thank
So
you
we could
so
go
much.
on.
One last point, this is what he said. There's something called discipline. He spoke about it, the minister who got picked up late. Anytime can be Trinidad time in tourism, right? In just in 2019, I was going from Zambia to Botswana. Taxi supposed to pick me up at 7 o'clock. 20 to 7 was walking out. He was already there. Right? So we have to do things on time because our visitors come from countries where time is time. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you so much, Shauna, our moderator. So once the panelists make their way off of the stage, we have the youth ambassador to CARICOM. Yeah, so we have the youth ambassador to CARICOM, and he just wanted to make a last comment on this topic in terms of tourism. So Zion.
Thank you. So you brought up a good point about who's going to feed them. And I think we recognize the importance of that because now we have our youth in agriculture initiatives where we're getting just about 1,500 new farmers by 2025. And I am proud to say that all of the programs have been oversubscribed in terms of young people want to get into farming, and we're providing them with the resource because I think you mentioned that funding is an issue when you need to start to get into this industry. So we're giving them the access to resources, the training from NEDCO, little grants. One program, they get a starter house and a piece of land to, really push and getting into that entrepreneurship side of things. That is something that is taught. I have to, go back and see how well it's done. But even in the panel before where we spoke about solar, they were recently introduced to solar and solar panels. So, that's something that we're doing. And I'm glad that the young man there brought up tourism and agriculture because it's intertwined.
All right, thank you so much, Zion, for that. So young people, y'all know who to talk to for other opportunities. Let's give the panel a round of applause. All right, so I know this is another topic that we can go on about. I appreciate all of the panelists throughout today. Before we close and we get into the vote of thanks, I just want to ask Shauna if she could join me on the stage. Shauna represents our DIA lab in Tobago, and we just, sorry, Jamaica. Goodness. You see, she fell in love. All right, so just to give her, something just to show appreciation for coming to Trinidad, being part of this this panel, this summit, and I like that Dr. Shepherd brought in that bridging, bringing into that Jamaica experience and what they're doing in Jamaica, because that's what the DIA is about. We're talking about the Jamaica concept, the Jamaica things that we're doing there, and things that we're doing here, looking at what's similar, what's different. So I like that you touched on that. So thank you very much for adding that to the conversation. All right. So we're just gonna, Shauna, thank you so very much for making the trip. We don't want to forget to instruments that we get lab in Jamaica. So we have sent Wayne, if you could hear me out there inside the space, we sent something for you. Oh, I really love this. All right, so all right, so I just thank you all for staying with us for so long. My young people, please don't run away. So I want to invite Karen Suka at this time, Senior Business Development Officer at Kariri, to do the vote of thanks, because we do have a list of businesses to thank for why we're here today and making all this possible. So Karen.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we conclude this summit today, we would like to thank all the participants for their valuable contributions. We believe that the last 2 days started a journey of collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose to transform our society. The discussions, insights, and ideas exchanged here have not only deepened our understanding of the challenges we face, but have also highlighted many opportunities that can be leveraged. Our society presents many challenges for our youth, but the discussions here have confirmed that our youth will push boundaries, challenge the status quo, and forge new paths towards a better future. We look forward to you converting the ideas exchanged into tangible actions and encourage you to build on the connections and friendships formed to create partnerships that can be a part of a network committed to driving positive change. To our colleagues and program donors at the City Foundation and the Trust for the Americas, Mitch De Silva, Linda Elderman, Rodrigo Irani, and Kime Del Rio, we thank you for your support, and we hope that our efforts continue to create the impact you aim for in our region. We would also like to extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Penelope Beckles-Robinson, for her unwavering support for all careers initiatives that fuel us to strive for achievement beyond excellence. Thank you to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service and the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The success of this program would not be achieved without your input. Shona Todd, our ILE partner for our DIA in Jamaica lab, thank you for moderating our last session. We've put you to work on your first trip to Trinidad in a long time. Thank you to all our other speakers who shared their expertise and created thought-provoking dialogue on critical issues facing our youth. We would also like to thank the Trinidad and Tobago Intellectual Property Office for being a partner with us in the implementation of this program. To our hardworking career staff and the Business Incubator, marketing team, and our ICT team, led by Mrs. Ferguson, a hearty thank you for all your efforts in executing a successful summit. We hope that you leave the summit with a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to change, and the knowledge that by working together, we can overcome any challenge that comes our way. May you enjoy the rest of your day and safe travels to all.
Great. So thank you all so very much for coming. I know that you all may have some more questions and want to continue conversations. So you can do that, network. My young people, I just want to ask you all to step to the front of the stage for me for a few seconds. But our live has ended. Thank you all so very much for staying on with us throughout the day. I trust that you would have learned a lot from the panel discussions. So thank you all so very much.